Every tired mind learns the same lesson the hard way. The body can lie down, but the thoughts keep standing guard. When the day ends and the lights go off, the noise doesn't always disappear. It just moves inside. The unfinished conversations, the pressure to be okay, the fear of falling behind, the memories that still feel loud, and the quiet panic that comes when the mind refuses to power down. Not because something is wrong with you, but because the mind was never trained to feel safe in stillness. Most people were taught how to work, how to endure, how to keep going, but almost no one was taught how to release, how to close the mental tabs, how to stop carrying tomorrow on their back. So the exhaustion piles up, slowly, silently, until even rest starts to feel like another task. And that's when the soul starts whispering for something different, something calmer, something honest, not distraction, but recovery. The Stoics understood this kind of fatigue. They knew that the mind breaks down when it tries to control what it cannot. They believed peace begins the moment you separate what is yours to manage from what was never yours to hold. They taught that thoughts become lighter when you watch them instead of wrestling them, and that even one night of real inner stillness can return power to a person who feels empty. Tonight, this is not about forcing sleep. This is about healing the mental exhaustion that sleep alone hasn't touched. 4 hours to let the mind unclench. 4 hours to lay down the weight of pressure, expectation, and overthinking. 4 hours to return to a quieter inner place so the body can rest and the mind can finally stop fighting the world. Let this be the night the mind learns it doesn't have to be on duty forever. And as the mind begins to loosen its grip, something else quietly comes into view. Not just how tired you are, but why. Beneath the surface, exhaustion is a deeper strain that didn't start today. It built over years of holding things that were never meant for your hands. Responsibilities that crossed invisible lines. Worries that belonged to other people. Outcomes no human being could fully control. When the noise fades, this truth becomes harder to ignore. A large part of your fatigue was never created by effort alone, but by carrying the weight of the uncontrollable as if it were a personal duty. There is a particular kind of tiredness that sleep does not fix. It settles in the chest, behind the eyes, in the quiet moments when nothing is happening, but the body still feels tense. It comes from trying to manage storms that were never yours to calm. The Stoics warned about this long before modern psychology gave it a name. They taught that suffering multiplies when a person confuses responsibility with ownership. Caring about something is human. Believing you must control it is where the drain begins. Many people unknowingly step into roles they were never meant to play. Peacekeeper of the family, fixer of every problem, guardian of everyone's emotions. At first it feels noble. Over time it becomes a silent contract with exhaustion. When you try to control how others think, react, or change, you attach your energy to variables that move without your permission. A loved one's choices, a colleague's attitude, the way someone remembers the past. These are currents in a river you cannot dam with effort alone. Yet the mind keeps rehearsing solutions, searching for the one sentence or action that will finally stabilize everything. This constant scanning creates a low hum of tension that never shuts off, even in rest. There is also the fatigue of imagined responsibility. The belief that if something goes wrong, you should have prevented it. If someone suffers, you should have noticed sooner. If life feels uncertain, you should have predicted it. This belief quietly turns the mind into a control tower, monitoring flights that were never under your jurisdiction. Every unexpected event then feels like a personal failure instead of a natural part of existence. The Stoics describe this as a misunderstanding of our role in the world. You are a participant, not the architect of every outcome. Modern life intensifies this burden. Endless information makes it seem as if vigilance equals safety. News alerts, messages, expectations, comparisons, all whisper that you must stay alert or fall behind. But the nervous system cannot distinguish between real danger and constant anticipation. It simply remains activated, draining energy hour after hour. Over time, the body learns to live in a permanent state of readiness, even when nothing requires action. Letting go of control does not mean apathy. It means redirecting effort toward what is truly yours, your choices, your conduct, your inner posture. Everything else becomes something you can care about without carrying. This distinction sounds small, but it changes the way energy flows through the mind. When you stop trying to steer what cannot be steered, attention returns to the present moment where it can actually rest. There is also grief hidden inside this fatigue. Grief for the illusion that if you just tried harder, life would become predictable. Accepting that uncertainty is not a failure, but a condition of being alive can feel unsettling at first, yet it is also deeply freeing. The Stoics practiced voluntary surrender to this reality each day. They reminded themselves that control is narrow, but peace expands when you live within that narrow space instead of pushing against its edges. As this understanding settles in, something softens. The shoulders drop slightly. The breath moves more freely. The mind no longer has to run endless calculations about scenarios that may never happen. You begin to feel the difference between caring and carrying. Caring keeps the heart open. Carrying keeps the body tense. One nourishes connection. The other consumes strength. The exhaustion you feel is not proof that you are weak. It is proof that you have been strong in the wrong direction for too long. Strength aimed at controlling the uncontrollable becomes self-defeating. Strength aimed at acceptance becomes restorative. This shift is subtle, almost invisible, yet it changes the entire texture of experience. Problems may still exist, but they no longer sit on your chest as you try to sleep. As the night deepens, allow this realization to take root. You were never meant to hold the world together by yourself. The mind can finally loosen its grip without abandoning care. What belongs to you will remain. What does not can drift back into the larger flow of life where it was always meant to be. And in that quiet return, energy begins to come back, slowly, gently, like warmth returning to hands that have been clenched in the cold for too long. As that weight begins to return to where it belongs, something else becomes easier to notice. The mind isn't only tired from carrying burdens that were never yours, it's also tired from playing a game it can't win. A private game that happens quietly inside the skull long after the day ends. A game where every choice must be perfect, every step must avoid pain, every decision must protect the future from uncertainty. The mind calls it being responsible, but the body feels it as exhaustion. A strange kind of fear sits underneath decision fatigue. Not the loud fear of danger, but the subtle fear of making the wrong move and paying for it later. It's the fear of regret, the fear of missing something, the fear that one careless choice will collapse everything. And when a person lives with that fear long enough, decisions stop being simple actions and start becoming battles. Decision exhaustion does not come only from having many options. It comes from the belief that decisions are supposed to control fate, that if you pick correctly, life will reward you, protect you, keep you safe, and if you pick wrongly, life will punish you. This belief turns every choice into a high-stakes gamble, even when the choice is small. It makes the mind treat daily life like a minefield. The Stoics saw this clearly. They didn't deny that choices matter. They denied the fantasy that choices can guarantee outcomes. Fate to them was not some spooky idea. It was simply reality moving through countless causes outside your command. Other people, timing, chance, health, unexpected shifts. A person can choose wisely and still meet resistance. A person can make a mistake and still be saved by luck. Life does not always match effort with reward in a clean, fair way. That is exactly why trying to outsmart it becomes mentally expensive. When the mind tries to outsmart fate, it begins to live in constant calculation. It runs simulations. It anticipates consequences. It rechecks decisions. It searches for certainty in places where certainty doesn't exist. This creates the endless loop of what if? What if this backfires? What if I choose wrong? What if I regret it? What if I'm missing something? What if there's a better option? The brain keeps scanning, not because it loves stress, but because it believes scanning equals safety. This is also why indecision feels so painful. Indecision is not laziness. It is often a nervous system locked in avoidance, because choosing means accepting uncertainty. And if the mind is addicted to control, uncertainty feels like danger. So it delays. It gathers more information. It waits for a sign. It asks for reassurance. It tries to remove risk before moving. But risk cannot be removed from life. It can only be faced. A hidden part of decision fatigue is the belief that you must pick the option that prevents all suffering. Many people are not just choosing between paths. They are trying to choose the path where nothing hurts, where no one disapproves, where nothing is lost, where everything stays stable. That path does not exist. And the longer the mind hunts for it, the more it burns its own energy. The Stoics offered a different approach. They taught that the quality of a life is not determined by controlling outcomes, but by controlling character. Their focus was not, how do I win against fate? But, how do I respond well to whatever fate brings? This is a radical shift. It removes the impossible job from your shoulders. Your job is not to guarantee a painless future. Your job is to act with wisdom and integrity in the present. This is where decision-making becomes lighter. Instead of trying to foresee everything, you choose based on what is reasonable and aligned with your values. Then you release the rest. You accept that even good choices can lead to discomfort. You accept that uncertainty doesn't mean you failed. It means you're alive. There is also a quiet relief in learning to decide without needing perfect confidence. Many people think they must feel certain before choosing, but certainty is often a feeling that arrives after action, not before it. Waiting to feel ready can become a trap. The Stoic way is to choose the next right step with the information you have, then adjust as life reveals more. This turns life into a series of manageable steps rather than a single massive decision that must solve everything forever. Decision exhaustion also grows when you treat every choice as a reflection of your worth. If you believe that a wrong choice means you are foolish, then every decision becomes a threat to your identity. The mind will protect itself by overthinking. But when you understand that mistakes are part of being human, decisions stop feeling like trials. They become learning. They become movement. They become life. A practical Stoic habit is to separate effort from outcome in your mind. The outcome is not yours. The effort is. This is not a motivational quote. It is psychological relief. It means you can choose carefully without obsessing. You can take action without needing to control the ending. You can allow fate to do what it does while you do what you can. And here is the deeper comfort. Fate cannot be outsmarted, but it also does not need to be feared. Most of what happens in life is not a verdict on you. It is simply life unfolding. The mind becomes calmer when it stops interpreting uncertainty as a personal threat. So tonight, as you settle deeper into stillness, let this sink in. You don't have to solve the whole future before you rest. You don't have to run endless scenarios to earn safety. A decision is not a contract with certainty. It is a step taken with courage, guided by values, and released into the larger flow of life. And when that truth becomes real inside you, something changes. The mind slows down, the weight lifts, and the energy that was leaking through constant calculation starts to return, quietly, steadily, like a lamp that stops flickering once the hand stops trying to control the wind. And as the pressure to decide begins to loosen, another hidden habit quietly reveals itself. Even after the choices are made, even after the day has ended, the mind keeps working as if something still depends on it. It keeps searching for solutions, replaying problems, tightening around unfinished things. Not because action is possible at that hour, but because stopping feels unsafe. When you've lived long enough in problem-solving mode, stillness can feel like neglect. Rest can feel like irresponsibility. So the mind keeps trying to repair tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. There is a gentle sadness behind this habit. It means you are praised for being the strong one, the reliable one, the one who handles things. Over time, solving became your identity, and identities are hard to set down, even for a night. But the Stoics would say that wisdom includes knowing when effort no longer serves you. There is a time to act, and there is a time to release. Confusing the two is what drains the spirit. Night was sacred to the Stoics, not because darkness itself heals, but because it marks a boundary, a signal that the work of the day has ended, whether the mind agrees or not. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself about withdrawing into the inner fortress, a place untouched by unfinished tasks. He understood that if the mind never retreats, it never rebuilds. Just as a muscle grows during rest, clarity grows when thinking pauses. Many people try to sleep while still mentally negotiating with the day. They replay conversations, refine plans, predict obstacles. The body lies still, but the brain continues sprinting. This creates the strange feeling of waking up tired, as if sleep happened on the surface but not in the depths. True rest requires permission, not from the world, but from yourself, to stop engaging with problems temporarily. Stopping does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means trusting that you will meet those responsibilities better after recovery. The mind, however, resists this trust. It whispers that if you stop thinking, something will fall apart, that if you loosen your grip, chaos will rush in. But most problems do not need midnight supervision. They wait quietly until morning, unchanged by the hours you spent worrying. There is also a deeper layer to this exhaustion. Continuous problem-solving keeps you locked in a future that does not exist yet. It pulls your awareness away from the only place where restoration can happen, the present moment. The Stoics believed that peace is not found in fixing everything, but in returning attention to what is here right now. The breath moving in and out, the feeling of the body supported by the bed, the simple fact that in this moment nothing is required. When you stop solving tonight, you are not giving up. You are creating space. Space for the nervous system to reset. Space for emotions to settle without being analyzed. Space for the mind to remember that it is not a machine built only for productivity. In that space, something unexpected appears. Quiet strength. Not the forceful strength of pushing through, but the steady strength of being grounded. Another truth slowly becomes visible. Some problems persist, not because they are unsolvable, but because constant thinking keeps them active. Attention is energy. Whatever you focus on grows louder. When attention softens, many worries lose their urgency on their own. What felt overwhelming at midnight often looks manageable in daylight, not because the situation changed, but because the mind did. The Stoics practiced stepping back from thoughts as if observing weather passing through the sky. They did not chase every cloud or try to rearrange the wind. They watched, waited, allowed movement. This created a gap between the thinker and the thought. In that gap, rest becomes possible. You begin to see that you are not obligated to respond to every mental signal. Some thoughts can pass without action, like distant traffic heard through a closed window. Stopping tonight also means releasing the belief that your worth is tied to constant effort. You do not become less valuable because you paused. You do not lose momentum because you rested. In fact, renewal often makes tomorrow's effort more precise and less desperate. The strongest people are not the ones who never stop. They are the ones who know exactly when to. As the night deepens, allow yourself to step out of the role of solver and into the role of human being. Someone who is allowed to exist without fixing anything for a few hours. Someone who can trust the rhythm of effort and recovery instead of forcing endless output. Let the unanswered questions remain unanswered until morning. Let the unfinished tasks remain where they are. Nothing essential will be lost by your rest. This is the quiet permission the Stoics offered. You may lay down your tools before the work is complete. You may return to yourself even when the world feels unresolved. And in doing so, you protect the one resource that makes all future action possible, your inner steadiness. When the mind finally accepts that it does not have to solve tonight, a deep exhale moves through the body. The kind of exhale that only comes when vigilance fades. And in that fading, sleep no longer feels like surrender. It feels like returning home to a place that was waiting for you all along. And once the mind begins to accept that not everything must be solved tonight, another hidden source of exhaustion quietly steps forward. A tension that does not even belong to you, yet has been living inside your body for years. The tension of urgency that was absorbed from others, the rushed tone in someone's voice, the constant pressure in workplaces and families, the unspoken rule that everything is important, everything is immediate, everything must be handled now. Over time, that borrowed urgency becomes internal. Even when the room is silent, the nervous system still behaves as if alarms are going off. There is a quiet moment when you realize how much of your stress did not originate from your own needs. It came from being surrounded by people who were anxious, overwhelmed, or afraid of losing control. Humans mirror each other more than they notice. When someone close to you lives in panic mode, your brain learns to match that pace. It becomes normal to rush, to anticipate problems, to brace for demands that may not even come. Eventually, calm feels unfamiliar, almost suspicious. The Stoics understood how dangerous this contagion of urgency could be. They warned that crowds often move according to fear rather than reason. Seneca wrote about how people catch emotions from one another like illness, carrying agitation into situations that did not require it. When everyone is rushing, slowing down feels like disobedience. When everyone is worried, peace feels irresponsible. But this pressure is not wisdom. It is collective anxiety moving through a group. Borrowed urgency is especially exhausting because it never allows completion. You finish one task only to feel the shadow of the next one immediately. You resolve one problem and another appears, already framed as urgent before you even understand it. This creates the sense of running on a treadmill that speeds up on its own. The body never receives the signal that it is safe to stand still. Technology amplifies this pattern. Notifications, messages, deadlines, expectations of instant replies all create the illusion that time is collapsing. But not everything that feels urgent is important. Many things are simply loud. The Stoic approach was to separate noise from necessity, to ask quietly, does this truly require my energy right now? Often the answer is no, but habit pushes you forward anyway. There is also the emotional side of borrowed urgency. When someone panics, you may feel responsible for stabilizing them. You try to calm their fear, solve their crisis, carry their stress so they don't have to. Compassion is beautiful, but without boundaries, it becomes depletion. You end up holding multiple emotional loads at once, while your own remains unattended. This is how caring people slowly become exhausted people. Another layer appears when urgency becomes tied to identity. Being the dependable one, the fast responder, the person who never drops the ball, these roles earn praise, but they also trap you. You begin to measure your worth by how quickly you react. Slowing down then feels like failure, even when nothing truly depends on your speed. The Stoics would remind you that character is not proven by haste, but by clarity. Acting calmly is not weakness, it is discipline. Learning to release borrowed urgency starts with noticing the physical signals. The tight chest when a message arrives, the shallow breath when someone speaks in a pressured tone, the immediate mental leap to worst-case scenarios. These reactions happen automatically, but they can be softened. A pause, a slower breath, a moment of reflection before responding. These small actions tell the nervous system that you are not in danger. They reclaim your tempo from the chaos around you. It also helps to remember that urgency often comes from fear of losing control, not from actual necessity. When someone pushes panic onto you, they are trying to escape their own discomfort. Accepting that discomfort does not require you to absorb it. You can acknowledge their stress without becoming part of it. You can move at a deliberate pace even when others rush. The Stoics practiced what could be called emotional independence. They cared about people, but they did not let other people's storms dictate their inner climate. They aimed to be steady, not reactive. This steadiness becomes a quiet refuge, not only for you, but for those around you. Calm spreads just as panic does, only more gently. As you settle into the night, let yourself step out of the borrowed tempo you've been living in. There is no emergency in this moment. Nothing is chasing you. Nothing requires instant resolution. The body can slow down without consequence. The mind can release the imaginary countdown it has been running all day. Your time is not owned by urgency. Your energy is not meant to be spent proving responsiveness. Life moves in rhythms, not alarms. When you return to your natural pace, fatigue begins to loosen its grip. The noise of other people's panic fades into the distance where it belongs. And in that quiet space, something steady begins to reappear. The feeling of being grounded in yourself rather than pulled by the urgency of the world. A calm that does not rush, does not chase, does not borrow fear. Just a quiet presence, returning you to a place where rest is not something you must earn, but something you were allowed all along. As the borrowed urgency begins to fade and your own natural rhythm returns, another quiet pressure becomes easier to see. It is softer than panic, but heavier in a different way. The belief that you cannot rest until everything is handled, that peace must be earned by completion, that sleep is a reward for solving enough problems first. This belief keeps countless minds awake long after the body has reached its limit, scanning for loose ends, unfinished tasks, unresolved tensions that feel like open doors, letting cold air into the room. There is a deep vulnerability behind this need to fix everything before resting. It often comes from living in environments where calm was fragile, where problems escalated if left unattended, where being alert meant staying safe. Over time, the brain learns that vigilance equals protection. Rest then feels like lowering your guard. Even when circumstances change, the habit remains. The mind keeps trying to secure tomorrow before allowing today to end. The Stoics recognized this impulse as a misunderstanding of control. They taught that life is not a structure you stabilize once and then relax inside. It is a moving current. New challenges replace old ones continuously. Waiting for the moment when nothing needs fixing is like waiting for the ocean to stop producing waves. That moment never arrives. If rest depends on perfection, rest will always be postponed. Many people quietly carry the fear that if they stop holding everything together, it will fall apart. So they keep planning, anticipating, checking, adjusting. They treat rest as a risk rather than a necessity. But exhaustion itself becomes the greater risk. A tired mind solves poorly, reacts impulsively, magnifies threats. By refusing rest, you reduce your ability to handle the very problems you're trying to protect against. There is also the illusion of closure, the hope that if you think hard enough, you can tie every loose thread before night falls. Yet most situations in life remain partially unfinished. Relationships evolve slowly. Goals unfold in stages. Emotions settle in their own time. Trying to force closure where none exists only tightens the mind further. The Stoics practiced accepting incomplete reality as it is, trusting that clarity emerges through patience, not pressure. Another hidden source of strain is the belief that responsibility equals constant action. That being a good partner, parent, friend, or professional means always being mentally engaged. But true responsibility includes knowing when to step back so you can return stronger. A field left unwatered will dry out. A field flooded constantly will also fail. Balance, not intensity, sustains life. Rest without fixing everything also requires tolerance for uncertainty. The discomfort of knowing that some issues will remain unsolved while you sleep. This discomfort fades once you realize that night itself is part of the solution. The brain processes, organizes, repairs while you are not actively thinking. Insight often arrives in the morning precisely because the mind was allowed to disengage. The Stoics used a practice of symbolic release at the end of the day. They would mentally place their concerns outside themselves, acknowledging that these matters would still exist tomorrow, but no longer required attention tonight. This was not avoidance. It was structured surrender, a deliberate pause that protected inner stability. You can feel the shift when this surrender begins. The body softens first. The tightness in the jaw loosens. The breath deepens without effort. Thoughts slow from sharp fragments into distant murmurs. It becomes clear that constant fixing was never creating peace, only postponing it. Peace appears when effort stops pushing against reality. Releasing the need to fix everything also reconnects you with trust. Not blind trust that everything will be perfect, but grounded trust that you can handle what comes when you are rested. Trust in your resilience, your ability to respond rather than pre-react. The mind no longer has to stay awake, guarding against every possibility. As the night deepens, allow unfinished things to remain unfinished. Let unanswered questions float without anchors. Let tomorrow keep its mysteries. Nothing essential will be lost because you rested. In fact, rest is what makes clarity possible. The Stoics believed that a calm mind sees more accurately than a strained one. You were never meant to hold the entire structure of life in place by yourself. Problems belong to time as much as they belong to effort. When you lie down without trying to secure every outcome, you are not neglecting life. You are participating in its natural cycle of action and recovery. And in that quiet acceptance, something profound happens. The mind stops treating rest as an interruption and begins to recognize it as nourishment. The body receives the signal it has been waiting for all day. The work is paused, not abandoned. The guard can step down. The system can repair. A deep exhale moves through you, the kind that only comes when nothing more is required. In this space, rest is no longer conditional. It is not dependent on completion or certainty. It is simply allowed. And as you drift closer to sleep, you may feel a gentle realization settling in that life does not need you awake every hour to continue unfolding, and that healing begins the moment you stop trying to hold everything together alone. As the need to fix everything begins to loosen its grip, a quieter source of exhaustion becomes visible beneath it. Not the strain of solving problems, not the pressure of urgency, but the silent effort of watching yourself all the time. The constant checking, the inner surveillance that never switches off. What did I say wrong? How did that sound? Did I do enough? Am I falling behind? It's a form of tension so familiar that many people mistake it for normal thinking. Constant self-monitoring often begins as protection. At some point, being careful kept you safe. Reading the room, adjusting your behavior, anticipating reactions. These skills helped you avoid conflict, rejection, or disappointment. Over time, the brain learned that staying alert to your own actions prevented pain. So it kept the system running, even when the danger passed. The result is a mind that cannot simply exist. It must always evaluate. The Stoics observed that the mind becomes restless when it turns inward without kindness. Reflection can be useful, but relentless scrutiny becomes a burden. Instead of guiding behavior, it begins to erode confidence. Every action is second-guessed. Every silence feels suspicious. Every interaction is replayed, as if mistakes must be found before rest is allowed. This is not awareness. It is self-pressure, disguised as responsibility. There is also the exhaustion of performing a version of yourself that feels acceptable. Monitoring tone, posture, expressions, productivity, emotional reactions. trying to match an invisible standard at all times. It creates the sensation of living on a stage, even when alone. The nervous system remains active because it never receives confirmation that the performance can end. Modern life quietly feeds this habit. Social comparison, constant feedback, and the illusion that everyone else has clarity intensify the urge to measure yourself. You begin to track your life as if it were a report card. Am I progressing fast enough? Am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? This tracking drains energy that could otherwise be used for living instead of evaluating. The Stoics approached the self differently. They encouraged honest examination, but not continuous judgment. Marcus Aurelius wrote reminders to himself not to be distracted by how he appeared to others, but to focus on whether his actions aligned with his values. This shifted attention away from perfection and toward integrity. When your standard becomes internal rather than external, the need for constant monitoring softens. Another hidden layer of this fatigue is the fear of being misunderstood. If you monitor yourself closely enough, you hope to prevent misinterpretation, but people will still interpret through their own lenses. Trying to manage every possible perception is impossible. Accepting this frees enormous mental space. You are responsible for clarity, not for controlling how others receive it. Constant self-monitoring also interrupts presence. Instead of experiencing a moment, you analyze your experience of it. Instead of enjoying a conversation, you track how you are coming across. Instead of resting, you wonder whether you are resting correctly. This distance from direct experience makes life feel strangely thin, as if you are watching it rather than inhabiting it. Letting go of this habit begins with small acts of permission, allowing yourself to speak without rehearsing every sentence, allowing yourself to sit quietly without evaluating productivity, allowing emotions to pass without categorizing them as good or bad. These moments teach the brain that existence does not require constant adjustment. The body often responds before the mind does. Shoulders relax, the breath deepens. A subtle warmth replaces the tightness that comes from self-inspection. It feels unfamiliar at first, almost like stepping into open space after years of narrow corridors. But this openness is where energy returns. The Stoics believed that a stable person does not need to watch themselves constantly because they trust their foundation. Character becomes a compass rather than a checklist. You move through life guided by principles, not by fear of mistakes. When this trust grows, vigilance becomes unnecessary. As the night continues, let yourself step out of the role of observer and into the role of participant. You do not need to supervise your thoughts, your posture, your progress. Nothing is being graded here. Nothing requires optimization. You are allowed to exist without commentary. In that quiet release, the mind experiences something rare, freedom from itself. Not emptiness, but spaciousness. A feeling that there is room to breathe, room to soften, room to stop trying to manage your own humanity. And in that space, exhaustion loosens further, because the energy once spent watching yourself becomes available for restoration. The inner guard finally steps aside, realizing that safety does not come from constant monitoring, but from the permission to be at ease within your own presence. As the inner pressure to watch yourself begins to ease, another layer of weight quietly reveals itself underneath. Not the urgency of others, not the need to fix everything, not the constant evaluation, but the silent vow you made long ago to be responsible for more than one person could ever carry. A vow that sounded noble at the time. Be dependable, be strong, be the one who holds things together. Over the years, that vow slowly expanded until it covered areas of life that were never meant to belong to you. Over-responsibility rarely announces itself. It disguises itself as kindness, loyalty, maturity. It tells you that caring deeply means carrying deeply, that if something goes wrong, you should have prevented it, that if someone struggles, you should step in before they fall. It feels virtuous, yet it quietly drains peace because it places your nervous system on permanent duty. There is no true off switch when you believe everything depends on you. Many people who live with this pattern grew up in environments where stepping up was necessary. Maybe chaos needed managing, emotions needed stabilizing, or silence needed filling. The brain adapted by becoming hyper-aware of others' needs. That adaptation helped you survive then, but in calmer seasons it becomes a burden. The mind continues scanning for responsibilities even when none are required. Rest feels undeserved because vigilance became part of your identity. The Stoics would say this confusion comes from misunderstanding the limits of your role. You are responsible for your intentions and actions, not for the entire outcome of events. Yet over-responsibility blurs this boundary. You start to feel accountable for how others feel, how situations unfold, how life turns out for people you care about. When their path becomes difficult, you experience it as personal failure instead of natural complexity. There is also the quiet fear that if you stop carrying so much, people will suffer or abandon you. So you keep stepping forward, offering solutions, absorbing stress, smoothing tensions before they escalate. You become the shock absorber for everyone else's discomfort. But shock absorbers wear down. When they do, the vehicle shakes more violently than before. Inner peace erodes not because you are weak, but because you were never meant to hold that much force continuously. Over-responsibility also steals joy. It keeps attention locked on what could go wrong, rather than what is going right. Even peaceful moments are scanned for potential problems. Relaxation becomes incomplete because part of the mind stays alert, ready to intervene. This creates a life where calm exists on the surface, while tension hums underneath. The Stoics practiced a form of compassionate detachment. They cared about others deeply, but they did not merge their peace with outcomes they could not control. They understood that every person must walk their own path, learn their own lessons, face their own seasons of difficulty. Supporting someone does not mean carrying their journey for them. Sometimes the most loving action is stepping back so they can grow. Releasing over-responsibility begins with recognizing that your peace is not selfish. It is necessary. A calm person helps others more effectively than an exhausted one. When you allow yourself to rest, you model stability instead of sacrifice. You show that strength includes boundaries, not just endurance. It also requires trusting that life continues even when you are not managing it. Conversations happen without your guidance. Problems resolve without your intervention. People adapt in ways you could not predict. The world does not collapse because you paused. In fact, it often balances itself more naturally when you stop forcing equilibrium. As this understanding settles, a gentle grief may appear. Grief for the years spent carrying what was never yours. Grief for the belief that love required self-erasure. Let that feeling pass through without resistance. It is part of the release. Beneath it lies relief, the realization that you can care without collapsing under the weight of care. Tonight, allow responsibilities to return to their rightful places. Let others own their choices. Let circumstances unfold without supervision. Your task right now is not to hold the structure of life together. Your task is to restore the person who has been holding too much for too long. Feel how the body responds when that invisible load loosens. The chest opens slightly. The jaw unclenches. The breath finds depth without effort. These small changes signal that peace is not far away. It was simply buried under excess duty. You were never meant to be the foundation of everything. You are part of the structure, not the entire support. When you step back into your proper role, balance returns quietly. And in that balance, inner peace begins to rebuild, not as something forced, but as something that naturally emerges when the weight is finally shared with the world instead of carried alone. As the weight of over-responsibility begins to loosen, another pattern quietly steps into the light. It's not always loud, not always dramatic, but it lives in the body like a constant alarm set too sensitive. The feeling that something is always about to go wrong. That if you relax for even a moment, you might miss the signal that requires immediate action. Over time, this turns ordinary life into a series of false emergencies, where the nervous system reacts to discomfort as if it were danger. Living this way is exhausting because the body cannot distinguish between real threat and imagined urgency when the response is the same. The heart speeds up, muscles tighten, thoughts narrow. You prepare to act even when action is unnecessary. This pattern often develops in environments where unpredictability was common. When calm could be interrupted without warning, the brain learned to stay on guard. It became skilled at detecting shifts in tone, tension, or silence. That skill kept you safe once, but now it keeps you restless. The Stoics understood that fear exaggerates the importance of events. They believed most disturbances come not from what happens, but from how the mind interprets it. When everything feels like an emergency, perspective disappears. Small problems appear catastrophic. Delays feel like disasters. Discomfort feels intolerable. The mind loses its ability to rank what truly matters and what can wait. There is also the illusion that reacting quickly proves strength. Society often praises urgency as dedication, speed as competence, but urgency without clarity leads to mistakes, conflict, and deeper exhaustion. The Stoics valued steadiness over haste. They saw calm as a form of intelligence, a way of preserving energy for what genuinely requires it. When the brain is stuck in emergency mode, rest becomes shallow. Even during quiet moments, part of the system remains alert, scanning for signals. This is why some people wake up already tired, as if sleep never reached the deeper layers. The body stayed half awake, prepared for problems that never arrived. Another hidden cost is emotional reactivity. When everything feels urgent, patience disappears. Conversations become tense. Minor frustrations spark disproportionate responses. You may even feel guilty for being calm, as if calmness means neglecting something important. But calm is not neglect. It is clarity returning. Breaking this pattern begins with questioning the urgency itself. Asking silently, is this truly an emergency, or does it only feel like one? Most situations lose intensity when examined without panic. The breath slows, the shoulders drop, the mind widens enough to see options instead of threats. This small pause interrupts the automatic chain reaction. The Stoics practiced visualizing worst-case scenarios not to frighten themselves, but to neutralize fear. By accepting that difficult things can happen and still be survived, They reduced the sense of crisis around everyday problems. When the mind knows it can endure discomfort, it stops treating inconvenience as catastrophe. It also helps to remember that life continues, even when you are not reacting instantly. Messages can wait. Decisions can mature overnight. Emotions can settle without intervention. Urgency often creates the very chaos it tries to prevent, pushing you to act before understanding. Patience, on the other hand, allows clarity to surface naturally. As the night deepens, let the false alarms fade into the background. There is no fire to extinguish right now, no deadline pressing against this moment. The world is not demanding your immediate response. The body can shift out of alert mode and into recovery mode without consequences. Notice how the absence of urgency changes the atmosphere inside you. The mind stops racing. The breath lengthens. A quiet spaciousness replaces the tight tunnel of emergency thinking. In that space, you can finally distinguish between what truly matters and what only seemed urgent because fear was steering. You were never meant to live as if every moment were a crisis. The nervous system is designed for cycles of action and restoration, not endless readiness. When you step out of the emergency mindset, peace begins to return in gentle waves rather than sudden relief. And in this calmer state, exhaustion loosens further, because the energy once spent preparing for imaginary disasters is now free to repair the mind and body. What remains is a steady awareness, unhurried and grounded, reminding you that most of life unfolds quietly, and that you are allowed to meet it without rushing, without bracing, without treating every passing difficulty as if it were the end of the world. As the false sense of emergency begins to settle, a deeper realization starts to surface beneath the calm. Not all exhaustion comes from doing too much. Some of it comes from resisting what already is. A quiet inner struggle that runs all day without being noticed. The tension of wishing things were different, replaying how they should have gone, arguing with outcomes that cannot be reversed. It feels like problem solving, but it is actually resistance wearing a thoughtful disguise. Fighting reality is one of the most draining habits the mind can develop, because reality never tires. It does not negotiate, explain, or apologize. It simply continues. When the mind refuses to accept this, it stays locked in a battle with something that has no intention of yielding. Over time, this creates a background fatigue that no amount of rest seems to erase. The Stoics placed acceptance at the center of inner peace, not because they believed life was always pleasant, but because they understood the cost of denial. They taught that suffering intensifies when pain is combined with the belief that it should not exist. The event itself might be difficult, but the resistance multiplies its weight. You are not only carrying the situation, you are carrying the refusal to acknowledge it. This resistance often shows up in subtle ways. The silent replay of conversations, searching for a version where you said something better. The constant question of why something happened, as if an answer would undo it. The longing for a past that cannot return, or a future that refuses to arrive on schedule. These mental loops consume energy because they keep attention tied to a reality that exists only in memory or imagination. There is also the exhaustion of trying to control how life unfolds, expecting people to behave differently than they do, expecting circumstances to align with your timeline, expecting uncertainty to disappear before you feel safe. When those expectations collide with reality, frustration rises, not because life is uniquely harsh, but because it failed to match the picture in your mind. The Stoics called this the suffering of attachment to outcomes. They believed peace comes from focusing on effort rather than results, on action rather than control. When you release the demand that life must cooperate with your preferences, something softens inside. The mind stops bracing against the current and begins to move with it. Accepting reality does not mean approving of everything that happens. It means recognizing that denial wastes energy needed for response. A person who accepts a storm does not stop seeking shelter. They simply stop shouting at the sky. This shift frees attention to act wisely instead of reacting emotionally. Another hidden layer of resistance is the fear that acceptance equals weakness. That if you stop fighting, you are giving up. But acceptance is not surrender to defeat. It is alignment with truth. It is the starting point for any meaningful change. You cannot navigate a map if you refuse to acknowledge where you are standing. When you stop fighting reality, the body often relaxes before the mind catches up. The tightness in the chest eases. The breath deepens. Muscles release tension they have been holding for hours, sometimes years. This physical relief reveals how much energy was being spent on resistance alone. There is also a quiet clarity that emerges. You begin to see what is actually within your influence and what never was. Instead of scattering energy across impossible tasks, it concentrates on meaningful ones. The mind becomes less crowded because it is no longer occupied with imaginary negotiations. As the night deepens, let reality be exactly as it is in this moment. No adjustments required, no commentary necessary. The past has already settled into history. The future has not yet arrived. What remains is the present, steady and neutral, asking nothing from you except awareness. In this space, exhaustion begins to loosen its hold, because the energy once spent resisting can finally return to restoration. The struggle fades into the background, replaced by a quiet acceptance that does not demand perfection from life. You were never meant to win a war against reality. You were meant to live within it, respond to it, grow through it. When the fight ends, peace does not rush in dramatically. It appears gently, like still water after the wind stops. And in that stillness, the mind remembers what it feels like to rest without conditions, to exist without pushing against the shape of the world, to recover not by changing life, but by allowing life to be what it already is. As the struggle against reality begins to soften, a quiet space opens where something simple but powerful becomes possible again. Not solving, not fixing, not analyzing, just returning. Returning from the past that keeps replaying and the future that keeps demanding preparation. Returning to the only place where the mind can actually recover. The present moment, often overlooked because it feels too ordinary to be useful, yet it is the one place where the nervous system finally understands that it is safe. When exhaustion runs deep, the mind drifts away from now without realizing it. It wanders into memories, rehearses conversations that never happened, anticipates problems that may never come. This constant travel through time keeps the body in a state of alertness, as if danger might appear from any direction. The Stoics recognized that peace cannot exist in a mind that is always somewhere else. They practiced grounding themselves in what was directly in front of them, not as an escape, but as a return to stability. Returning to the present acts like psychological first aid because it interrupts the chain reaction of overthinking. Instead of chasing thoughts, attention settles on what is tangible, the rhythm of breathing, the weight of the body, the quiet sounds of the room. These simple anchors send a message to the brain that there is no immediate threat. The heart slows, muscles release tension, the mind stops sprinting because it no longer feels chased. There is also a gentle humility in the present moment. It does not demand solutions or explanations. It does not ask you to be stronger, wiser, or more prepared. It simply exists, neutral and steady. When you meet it fully, the pressure to perform fades. You are not a problem to be solved here. You are a living being allowed to rest inside a single moment. The Stoics believed that most suffering comes from projecting ourselves beyond what is happening now. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself to confine his thoughts to the present task, trusting that the future would unfold in its own time. This discipline was not about ignoring responsibilities, it was about preventing unnecessary suffering. When the mind stops borrowing trouble from tomorrow, energy becomes available for recovery today. Another quiet benefit of returning to the present is the way it dissolves mental noise. Thoughts lose intensity when they are not fed by attention. Like echoes fading in a large room, they become softer, less demanding. The mind does not need to force silence. It emerges naturally when awareness stops chasing every sound. This practice also reconnects you with the body, which never leaves the present. The body does not replay yesterday or anticipate next week. It breathes, senses, rests. When awareness settles into physical sensations, the gap between mind and body closes. Exhaustion eases because the system is no longer split between different timelines. There is a quiet reassurance in realizing that right now, nothing is required. No decisions, no explanations, no defenses. The world is not asking anything of you in this moment. This realization often brings a wave of relief that feels almost surprising, as if you forgot that such stillness was allowed. Returning to the present also reveals that peace is not something you must create. It is something that becomes visible when mental noise clears. Beneath the thoughts, beneath the worries, there is a steady awareness that has been there all along. The Stoics trusted this inner steadiness as a refuge, a place untouched by circumstances. As the night deepens, let your attention rest here without effort. Not forcing calm, not searching for meaning, just allowing the moment to hold you. Feel how the absence of mental movement creates space inside, space where healing can occur quietly, without instruction. You do not need to solve your life tonight. You do not need to prepare for every possibility. You only need to return again and again to what is already here. Each return weakens the grip of exhaustion and strengthens the sense of stability that does not depend on conditions. In this quiet presence, the mind begins to trust that it can rest without losing control. That stepping out of constant thinking does not invite danger, but relief. And as that trust grows, you may notice something unexpected, a gentle ease spreading through the body, a sense that you are no longer chasing peace because you have stepped into it. The present moment becomes a kind of shelter, simple yet strong, a place where the mind can recover its balance, where the weight of yesterday and the pressure of tomorrow fade into the background. And in that shelter, exhaustion finally meets something it has been searching for all along. A pause that does not demand effort, a stillness that restores rather than drains, a quiet reminder that healing often begins the moment you stop leaving the place where life is actually happening. As the present moment becomes a place of refuge instead of something to rush past, another quiet disturbance begins to surface. The unfinished thoughts that circle without rest. not loud enough to demand action, yet persistent enough to keep the mind slightly awake. The conversations that never reached resolution, the tasks left incomplete, the questions without answers. They hover in the background like doors left half open, allowing a draft of unease to move through the night. These unfinished mental loops are not always about what still needs to be done. Often they are about what was never emotionally settled. The mind keeps returning to them, not because it enjoys repetition, but because it is searching for closure. When closure does not arrive, the loop continues, replaying fragments in the hope that clarity will appear. This repetition consumes energy quietly, preventing the deep surrender required for sleep. The Stoics understood that the mind seeks order before rest. They practiced a deliberate evening reflection, not to judge themselves, but to bring structure to the day that had just passed. Seneca described reviewing his actions calmly, acknowledging what went well and what did not, then releasing it all without punishment. This ritual signaled to the mind that nothing important was being ignored. It allowed thoughts to settle instead of circling. Closing mental loops does not require solving everything. It requires acknowledgement. Many worries persist because they were pushed aside without recognition. When you pause and silently name them, unfinished conversation, uncertain decision, lingering emotion, the mind feels heard. It no longer needs to shout through repetition. Awareness becomes a form of closure. There is also relief in distinguishing between what can be acted on and what must simply be accepted. Some loops continue because action is possible tomorrow. Others continue because reality cannot be changed. Separating these categories frees the mind from trying to solve the unsolvable. The Stoics focused on preparing for the next right action rather than forcing immediate resolution. Writing things down can also help release their hold. When thoughts remain inside, they feel fluid and urgent. Once placed outside, even briefly, they become contained. The mind understands that it does not need to guard them overnight. This simple act mirrors the Stoic practice of externalizing worries so they no longer occupy the inner space meant for rest. Another important step is forgiving the incompleteness of the day. No day is fully resolved. There will always be words left unsaid, tasks left undone, emotions left in progress. Accepting this imperfection removes the pressure to reach a state that does not exist. Sleep becomes possible not because everything is finished, but because enough has been done. Unfinished loops also carry emotional charge. Regret, frustration, longing, uncertainty, these feelings keep the loop alive. Allowing the emotion to be felt without analysis often dissolves its intensity. The Stoics did not suppress emotion. They sought to understand it without being controlled by it. When emotion moves through instead of being resisted, the loop loses its fuel. As the night deepens, imagine gently gathering the loose threads of the day and placing them in a quiet container to be opened in the morning. Not locked away, not denied, simply set aside with the understanding that tomorrow exists for a reason. The mind does not need to hold everything at once. Notice how the body responds to this release. The subtle alertness begins to fade. The sense of unfinished business softens. The brain stops rehearsing because it trusts that nothing essential will be lost by resting. This trust is the doorway to deeper sleep. You are not meant to carry the day into the night like luggage you refuse to set down. Night is designed for restoration, not review. The Stoics believed that stepping back from the day was an act of wisdom, not avoidance. It preserved the clarity needed to face tomorrow with steadiness instead of fatigue. Allow the loops to close naturally, not through force, but through gentle completion. The day has been witnessed. Lessons have been noted. What remains unfinished will wait without resentment. Life continues its movement even when you are not actively guiding it. In this quiet release, the mind begins to drift towards stillness. The background noise fades into a distant murmur. What remains is a calm awareness that nothing more is required tonight. No more revisiting, no more planning, no more searching for the perfect ending to a day that was never meant to be perfect. And in that calm, sleep no longer feels like an interruption. It feels like the final step of closure itself, a soft descent into a place where the mind can reset, the body can repair, and unfinished thoughts lose their urgency because they are no longer being held tightly. Just a quiet surrender to the rhythm that has guided humans long before worries learned how to speak. As the unfinished loops of the day begin to settle, and the mind no longer feels pulled back into what was left unresolved, a quieter challenge appears. Not about what you did, but about how you measure it. The silent habit of reviewing the day like a strict judge, searching for mistakes, missed opportunities, moments that could have been handled better. Even after the noise fades, this inner voice keeps speaking, turning reflection into criticism. It keeps the day alive long past its natural ending. Self-judgment often disguises itself as responsibility. It tells you that being hard on yourself prevents future errors, that replaying missteps is a form of growth. But in reality, constant self-criticism keeps the nervous system activated. The body cannot fully rest while it feels under evaluation. Instead of closure, the mind experiences the day as unfinished business that must be corrected before peace is allowed. The Stoics practiced reflection very differently. They reviewed their actions not to condemn themselves, but to learn and release. Marcus Aurelius wrote reminders to treat his own flaws with patience, understanding that he was a human being shaped by countless influences. They believed improvement came from clarity, not punishment. When reflection becomes compassionate, it heals instead of harms. Many people carry standards that no human could consistently meet. Expectations of perfect composure, constant productivity, flawless decisions. When reality falls short, the inner critic steps in, convinced that harshness will produce strength. But harshness rarely creates wisdom. It creates tension, hesitation, and fear of failure. The Stoics emphasized accepting human limitation as part of wisdom itself. You cannot grow from a place where mistakes are treated as personal verdicts. Letting the day end without judgment also requires releasing comparison. The tendency to measure your progress against others, against imagined timelines, against versions of yourself that never existed. This comparison keeps dissatisfaction alive even when effort was sincere. It blinds you to what was actually achieved, focusing only on what remains incomplete. There is also hidden grief inside self-judgment. Grief for not being able to control everything, for not meeting expectations that may have been unrealistic from the start. Allowing that grief to soften instead of harden makes room for compassion. You begin to see that most of what you did today was shaped by the energy, knowledge, and circumstances available at the time. No one acts with perfect clarity in every moment. The Stoics believed that peace grows when you align with what is within your control and release what is not. Judging yourself for things that were never fully yours to manage only deepens exhaustion. A wiser approach is to acknowledge the day honestly, then set it down without carrying it forward as a burden. Forgiveness plays a quiet role here, not dramatic forgiveness, but the simple willingness to say, that was enough for today. Enough effort, enough patience, enough endurance. Even if it didn't feel impressive, even if it didn't change everything. Enough is what allows the nervous system to stand down. As the night deepens, let the day close like a book whose pages no longer need revisiting. You do not have to reread every line searching for errors. The story has already been written. Tomorrow offers new pages without requiring you to rewrite the old ones. Notice how the body responds when judgment softens. The tension around the eyes eases. The breath becomes steady. A quiet warmth replaces the tightness that comes from criticism. This is what acceptance feels like. Not approval of everything that happened, but peace with the fact that it has passed. You are not meant to carry a courtroom inside your mind. You are meant to carry awareness, learning, and compassion. When the judge steps down, the inner space becomes gentle enough for rest to enter. Allow yourself to end this day as a human being, not a project under review. No verdict required, no punishment necessary, no final score to calculate. Just the quiet recognition that you lived, you tried, you moved through the hours as best you could. And in that recognition, the mind begins to release its grip. The day dissolves into memory without resistance. What remains is a soft stillness, a feeling that nothing is chasing you anymore. Sleep approaches not as an escape, but as a natural continuation of letting go, a peaceful closing of the eyes without the weight of judgment waiting on the other side. As the weight of self-judgment begins to dissolve, and the day is finally allowed to end without a verdict, the mind naturally turns toward what comes next. Tomorrow waits quietly on the horizon, and with it comes the familiar pressure to do better, be stronger, fix what was not fixed today. Even before sleep arrives, the future begins making silent demands. Plans form, expectations tighten, and the nervous system braces for another test that has not yet happened. There is a subtle fear hidden inside this anticipation, the fear that tomorrow must be perfect to compensate for today's imperfections, that a flawless performance will restore balance, prove worth, erase doubts. But this belief turns the future into a burden before it even begins. Instead of offering possibility, tomorrow becomes another standard you must live up to. The body senses this pressure and refuses to fully relax, as if rest might leave you unprepared. The Stoics approach the future differently. They believe that tomorrow is not something to conquer in advance, but something to meet when it arrives. Worrying about future imperfection drains strength needed for present recovery. They practiced accepting uncertainty as a natural condition of life, not a threat to stability. By doing so, they preserved their energy for what was actually in front of them. Accepting an imperfect tomorrow is not resignation. It is freedom from the illusion that everything must go right for you to be okay. It acknowledges that some plans will shift, some efforts will fall short, some situations will remain unresolved. Yet life continues to unfold with meaning even when it does not match your expectations. When this truth sinks in, the future stops feeling like an exam you must pass and starts feeling like a landscape you can walk through. There is also relief in recognizing that growth does not come from flawless days. It comes from adapting, learning, adjusting. The Stoics valued resilience over perfection. They trained themselves to remain steady when things did not go as planned, trusting their ability to respond rather than predicting every outcome. This trust is what allowed them to sleep peacefully despite uncertainty. Many people unknowingly carry tomorrow as a mental load into the night. They rehearse conversations, imagine obstacles, create lists that grow longer with each passing minute. This effort feels productive, but it steals the quiet required for restoration. Tomorrow will still exist whether you prepare for it tonight or not. Rest is what allows you to meet it with clarity instead of fatigue. Accepting imperfection also softens the fear of failure. When you no longer demand perfection from the future, mistakes lose their power to intimidate. They become part of the process rather than evidence of inadequacy. This shift reduces anxiety and restores a sense of openness toward whatever comes. The body responds quickly to this acceptance. Muscles that were subtly bracing begin to release. The breath deepens, no longer caught between anticipation and tension. A quiet message spreads through the system. Nothing catastrophic depends on tonight's preparation. You are allowed to recover without conditions. There is a deeper wisdom here as well. Life has never required perfection to continue. Seasons change imperfectly. People grow unevenly. Paths unfold with detours and pauses. Expecting flawless progress is like expecting the sky to remain the same color all day. Accepting variation allows you to move with life instead of against it. As the night settles in, let tomorrow remain unwritten. No need to shape it, predict it, or guard against it. Trust that when morning comes, you will meet it with the strength available at that time. You do not need tomorrow's strength tonight. You only need rest. Feel how freeing it is to release the demand that the future must be controlled. The mind stops scanning ahead. The body stops bracing for challenges that are not present. What remains is a gentle openness, a sense that whatever happens can be handled step by step rather than all at once. You were never meant to carry tomorrow across the threshold of sleep. Night is not a planning session. It is a restoration of the person who will face the day. When you allow tomorrow to be imperfect, you reclaim the energy that perfectionism quietly steals. And in that acceptance, peace deepens. Not because the future is guaranteed to be easy, but because you no longer need it to be. You can rest knowing that life does not require flawless outcomes to move forward. It only requires your presence when the time comes. Until then, you are free to let the future wait, to drift into sleep without rehearsing it, and to trust that whatever tomorrow brings, you will meet it as you always have. Imperfect, human, and stronger than you realize. As the future loosens its hold and tomorrow is finally allowed to remain unwritten, the mind often drifts back to something more personal. Not plans, not responsibilities, but people. Faces, voices, fragments of conversations that ended hours, days, sometimes years ago, yet still echo as if they never truly finished. Words you wish had been different. Silences that felt heavy. Tones that linger longer than the sentences themselves. These memories carry an emotional charge that does not fade simply because time has passed. This is the quiet burden of emotional debt, the feeling that something was left unresolved between you and another person, and that part of you is still holding the weight of it. The mind replays the moment, searching for a better response, a clearer explanation, a softer ending. Not because you enjoy revisiting it, but because the heart wants closure that never arrived. The conversation may have ended externally, but internally it continues, draining energy in the background. The Stoics understood how deeply human connection shapes inner peace. They also understood that you cannot control how others interpret, remember, or respond. Once words leave your mouth, they enter a world beyond your authority. Trying to rewrite the past through mental rehearsal only keeps you tied to something that cannot be altered. Acceptance, not perfection, is what allows emotional release. Many people carry these unfinished interactions as silent obligations. They feel responsible for how the other person felt, for how the relationship shifted, for the outcome that followed. This sense of responsibility can become heavy, especially when empathy runs deep. But empathy does not require self-punishment. You can care about someone's pain without carrying it indefinitely. There is also the fear that letting go means you didn't care enough, that releasing the memory dishonors the relationship or the moment. But holding on to emotional debt does not preserve connection. It preserves pain. True care allows space for both people to move forward, even if that movement happens separately. Sometimes the other person has already moved on while you remain tied to the moment. Not because you are weaker, but because your mind seeks completion more persistently. Recognizing this can bring both sadness and relief. Sadness for what was lost. Relief for the realization that you do not need their participation to heal. The Stoics practiced a form of internal dialogue to resolve what could not be resolved externally. They examined their intentions honestly, acknowledged mistakes where they existed, and forgave themselves for being human. This process closed the loop within, even when the relationship outside remained unchanged. Peace does not always require reconciliation. Sometimes it requires self-understanding. Another quiet truth emerges here. Not every conversation is meant to end cleanly. Life includes misunderstandings, abrupt endings, words spoken in imperfect moments. Expecting every interaction to reach harmony sets an impossible standard. Accepting the rough edges of human connection allows you to release the demand for perfect closure. As the night deepens, allow those voices from the past to fade into the distance where they belong. You do not need to answer them again. You do not need to explain yourself once more. The moment has already settled into history, whether your mind agrees or not. Notice how the body responds when you stop replaying. The tightness in the chest softens. The jaw unclenches. A quiet emptiness appears where the tension used to sit. Not a painful emptiness, but a spacious one, like a room finally cleared of heavy furniture. You are not required to carry every emotional echo into the future. Conversations end. Relationships change. People move through each other's lives in ways that are rarely symmetrical. What matters is not how perfectly things concluded, but whether you allow yourself to continue living. Tonight, let those unfinished exchanges rest where they occurred. Offer yourself the closure that never arrived from outside. Acknowledge that you did what you could with the awareness you had at the time. Nothing more can be asked of you now. In that quiet acceptance, emotional debt begins to dissolve. The past loosens its grip. The mind no longer needs to keep revisiting the same doorway. What remains is a gentle stillness, a feeling that you are free to move forward without dragging old conversations behind you. And in that freedom, rest becomes deeper. Because the energy once spent replaying human moments returns to the present, where healing actually happens. The night holds you without judgment, without unfinished sentences, without the need to explain anything at all, just a quiet permission to exist without carrying what has already ended. As the echoes of old conversations begin to fade and the weight of emotional debt loosens, the mind reaches for something even more subtle. The stories it built around those moments. Not just what happened, but what it meant. The interpretation, the narrative, the quiet conclusions drawn in the hours and days afterward. Stories about who you are, who they are, what it says about your life, your worth, your future. These stories replay long after the event itself has lost its shape. The human mind is a natural storyteller. It tries to create order from chaos, meaning from uncertainty. When something painful or confusing happens, it fills in the gaps with explanations. Sometimes those explanations protect you. Other times they trap you. A single moment becomes a permanent label. A misunderstanding becomes proof of rejection. A mistake becomes evidence of inadequacy. The story grows heavier than the event itself. The Stoics observed that suffering often comes not from what occurs, but from the judgments attached to it. They believed you could reduce pain by separating the raw event from the interpretation layered on top. This is not denial, it is clarity. When you see that the story is optional, its grip begins to loosen. The event remains, but the emotional charge fades. Replaying stories drains energy because each retelling reactivates the same emotional circuits. The body responds as if the situation is happening again. Heart rate shifts, muscles tighten, thoughts narrow. You are no longer resting in the present. You are reliving a memory shaped by interpretation. This repetition becomes a habit, almost automatic, triggered by quiet moments when the mind has space to wander. There is also a strange comfort in familiar stories, even painful ones. They create a sense of certainty. If you keep telling yourself the same narrative, you know what to expect emotionally. Letting go of the story feels like stepping into unknown territory. Who are you without it? What does the memory mean if the interpretation dissolves? The mind hesitates because identity often wraps itself around these narratives. The Stoics practiced returning to simple facts when emotions intensified. Not the elaborate version created by fear or regret, but the plain truth. This happened. It was difficult. It is over. Nothing in that statement requires embellishment. Without the added layers, the mind has less material to replay. What remains is quieter, easier to set down. Dropping the story also means releasing the need for a moral conclusion. Life does not always produce clear lessons or satisfying endings. Sometimes things occur without deeper meaning. Accepting this can feel unsettling at first, but it also brings relief. You no longer have to keep searching for hidden messages or perfect explanations. Another important shift is recognizing that the story changes depending on your state of mind. When you are tired, it becomes darker. When you are calm, it softens. This shows that the narrative is not fixed reality, but a reflection of your current condition. Treating it as absolute truth only deepens exhaustion. As the night deepens, let the stories lose their authority. When a memory appears, acknowledge it without expanding it. No commentary, no analysis, no rewriting. Just a passing image, like a cloud moving across the sky. The Stoics compared thoughts to visitors. You can let them enter without offering them a permanent seat. Notice how the body responds when the story stops replaying. The tension that accompanied it fades. The mind becomes quieter, not because you forced silence, but because you stopped feeding the narrative. A gentle stillness replaces the familiar noise. You are not required to carry a storyline for every difficult moment you've lived through. Some experiences can remain unfinished, undefined, simply part of your path without becoming your identity. Releasing the story does not erase the past. It frees you from reliving it endlessly. In this quiet release, something spacious opens inside. A sense that you are larger than the events that shaped you, larger than the interpretations that followed. The mind no longer circles the same ground, searching for resolution. It begins to rest. And in that rest, sleep approaches naturally. Not as an escape from the story, but as proof that you no longer need it to explain who you are. The night becomes a place where narratives dissolve, where the mind is allowed to exist without replaying, without defining, without holding on to meanings that once felt necessary but are no longer needed. Just a quiet return to yourself, free from the stories that kept you awake for far too long. As the stories begin to loosen and the mind no longer feels compelled to replay them, something deeper waits underneath. The raw memory itself, not the interpretation, not the narrative, but the simple fact that something happened and cannot be undone. For many people, this is where the tension truly lives, not in the thinking, but in the quiet refusal to accept that the past has already settled into place. The mind keeps circling because part of it still believes resistance might change the outcome. This resistance often feels like loyalty to the version of life you wished had unfolded. Letting go can feel like agreeing that what happened was acceptable, even when it hurt deeply. So the mind holds on, not because it wants pain, but because it fears that acceptance will erase the significance of the experience. The Stoics understood this fear. They taught that acceptance is not approval. It is simply recognition of reality as it is, without adding the extra suffering of denial. When the mind resists what happened, it stays activated as if the event is still unfolding. The nervous system does not fully process the experience because it has not received the signal that the struggle is over. This is why certain memories remain vivid, why they intrude at quiet moments, why sleep becomes shallow when the body senses unfinished emotional business. Resistance freezes the past in a state of ongoing urgency. There is also the illusion that if you think about it long enough, you will eventually find a way to make sense of it. That understanding will neutralize the pain, but not every experience offers clear answers. Some events are simply difficult, unfair, unexpected. Waiting for perfect clarity keeps the mind trapped in analysis instead of moving toward healing. The Stoics practiced a kind of radical acknowledgement. They would state the truth of a situation plainly, without embellishment or protest. This happened. It was painful. It cannot be changed. This simplicity was not coldness. It was freedom from endless mental negotiation. When you stop arguing with reality, energy returns to you. Resistance also creates tension in the body. Muscles stay subtly contracted. Breath becomes shallow. The chest feels tight without obvious cause. The body is holding the posture of defense long after the threat has passed. Acceptance allows that posture to soften. It tells the nervous system that it no longer needs to guard against something that is already over. Another quiet shift occurs when you allow yourself to feel what was never fully felt. Resistance often pushes emotion away because it seems overwhelming. But emotions that are acknowledged move through naturally. Emotions that are suppressed linger, resurfacing in unexpected ways. The Stoics did not deny emotion. They sought to experience it without letting it control their actions. As the night deepens, allow the past to remain where it belongs. No rewriting, no bargaining, no searching for a different ending. The event has already completed its course. Your mind does not need to relive it to prove that it mattered. What matters now is your ability to release the struggle. Notice the subtle relief when resistance softens. The breath becomes fuller. The mind quiets without effort. The body feels heavier against the bed, as if gravity itself is helping you let go. This is the beginning of true rest, not forced relaxation, but the natural settling that occurs when the fight ends. You are not required to carry the past as a shield or a punishment. You are allowed to place it down and step forward without losing your depth or your compassion. Accepting what happened does not erase your strength. It reveals it. It shows that you can live without being defined by a single moment. In this quiet acceptance, the mind finally receives the signal it has been waiting for. The danger has passed. There is nothing left to defend against tonight. What remains is the present, calm and steady, offering a place where you can exist without resistance. And in that place, rest becomes possible. Not because everything was resolved, but because the struggle ended. The past fades into the background where it can no longer demand attention. What fills the space is a gentle stillness, a sense that you are no longer fighting the shape of your own life. Just a quiet surrender to what is, allowing sleep to arrive not as escape, but as peace earned through acceptance. As resistance fades and the past is finally allowed to remain where it belongs, another hidden source of exhaustion begins to reveal itself. The conversations that never actually happened, yet feel as draining as real ones. Words spoken only in the mind. Arguments rehearsed in silence. Explanations delivered to people who are not present. The body reacts as if conflict is unfolding, even though the room is quiet. This is the strange power of imaginary arguments, the mind's attempt to gain control over situations that feel unresolved. These mental confrontations often begin with a desire to protect yourself. You replay what you would say if given another chance, how you would defend your position, how you would finally be understood. It feels productive at first, as if preparation will prevent future pain, but the mind rarely stops after one version. It creates another scenario, then another, refining each response until the argument becomes endless. Instead of closure, you are left with heightened tension and no resolution. The Stoics warned about this habit of fighting battles that exist only in thought. They believed energy should be reserved for what is real and present, not spent on imagined confrontations that may never occur. By rehearsing these conflicts, you keep your nervous system in a state of readiness, as if danger is always approaching. The body does not distinguish between actual threat and imagined one. It prepares the same way for both. There is also a hidden need for validation inside these arguments, a longing to finally say the perfect words that would make everything clear, that would secure acknowledgement or apology. But imaginary conversations cannot provide what real ones did not. They only deepen the sense of being unheard because the outcome never changes. You are speaking into an empty space, hoping for closure that cannot arrive through repetition alone. Another layer of exhaustion comes from the emotional intensity generated by these rehearsals. Anger, frustration, sadness. Each replay amplifies the feeling until it becomes disproportionate to the original situation. Hours later, you are still carrying emotions triggered by something that is not happening anymore. This lingering tension steals energy that could have been used for recovery. The Stoics practiced redirecting attention when the mind wandered into unproductive territory, not through force, but through gentle recognition, noticing the pattern without condemning yourself for it, simply acknowledging that you are spending energy on something that offers no return. This awareness alone begins to weaken the habit. Imaginary arguments also keep you anchored to the other person's perception. You remain tied to how they might judge you, what they might say, how they might respond. Your peace becomes dependent on a reaction that may never come. True freedom comes when you no longer require their participation in your healing, when your sense of stability does not hinge on winning a conversation that only exists in memory. As the night deepens, allow those silent debates to dissolve. You do not need to defend yourself in the absence of attack. You do not need to prepare for every possible misunderstanding. Tonight is not a courtroom. It is a place of restoration. Notice how the body softens when the argument stops mid-sentence. The jaw unclenches. The shoulders lower. The mind feels less crowded. Space returns where tension once lived. This space is what allows rest to enter. Not the absence of thought, but the absence of conflict. You are not responsible for resolving every disagreement in your head before sleep. Some things can remain unresolved without threatening your well-being. Let tomorrow handle real conversations if they need to happen. Tonight, your only task is to recover. There is a quiet strength in refusing to engage with imaginary conflict. It shows that you trust your ability to handle reality when it arrives, instead of exhausting yourself rehearsing it. This trust becomes a form of inner stability, one that does not depend on controlling outcomes. In this stillness, the mind begins to understand that not every thought requires participation. Some can pass through without being answered. Some questions do not need immediate resolution. Some tensions fade when they are not continually revisited, and in that understanding, exhaustion eases. The energy once spent on invisible battles returns to you, filling the body with a calm heaviness that invites sleep. The night holds you without opposition, without demands, without the need to prove anything. Just a quiet release from conversations that never needed to continue, allowing the mind to rest in the peace of not having to fight at all. As the noise of imaginary arguments fades, and the mind no longer feels pulled into battles that never truly existed, another pattern quietly waits in the background. The habit of rehearsing what could go wrong. Not conversations this time, but outcomes. Scenes of failure projected onto days that have not yet arrived. The mind trying to prepare you for disappointment by experiencing it in advance, as if emotional pain will be easier the second time. Yet instead of protection, it creates a steady undercurrent of dread that drains strength long before anything actually happens. This rehearsal often disguises itself as responsibility. It whispers that expecting the worst will keep you from being caught off guard, that anticipating failure will sharpen your decisions and keep you alert. But the body cannot tell the difference between preparation and punishment. Each imagined setback triggers the same stress response as a real one. Muscles tighten, breathing shortens, sleep becomes fragile. You end up living through the difficulty twice, once in imagination and once in reality, if it even occurs. The Stoics practiced a very different approach to uncertainty. They acknowledged that outcomes cannot be fully controlled, but they did not dwell on catastrophe as a form of readiness. Instead, they focused on strengthening their ability to respond calmly, whatever happened. Their confidence came not from predicting the future, but from trusting their own steadiness. This shift changes everything. When you trust your capacity to adapt, you no longer need to preview every possible failure. Rehearsing future problems also narrows your perception. The mind becomes so focused on avoiding mistakes that it stops noticing possibilities. Opportunities feel risky instead of exciting. Small challenges appear overwhelming, because they are filtered through a lens of anticipated defeat. This quiet pessimism does not protect you. It limits you before the situation even begins. There is also a deeper fear underneath this habit. The fear that failure would confirm your worst beliefs about yourself, that it would expose weakness, prove inadequacy, close doors permanently. So the mind keeps practicing the scenario, trying to dull the shock in advance. But rehearsing pain does not reduce it. It simply extends its duration, stretching it across days or weeks that could have been peaceful. The Stoics reminded themselves that the present moment is the only place where action exists. The future is a field of possibilities, not a fixed script. By returning attention to what can be done now, they freed themselves from the paralysis of over-anticipation. This does not mean ignoring risks. It means refusing to suffer them before they occur. As the night deepens, allow those imagined failures to drift away like scenes from a dream that dissolves upon waking. They are not instructions. They are not warnings. They are simply thoughts shaped by fear, passing through a tired mind. You do not need to engage with them to prove that you are prepared. Notice the quiet relief when the future stops feeling like a threat. The breath deepens, the heartbeat steadies, the body sinks more fully into the surface beneath it. Without the constant scanning for danger, the nervous system finally receives permission to rest. This rest is not weakness, it is recovery, the very thing that makes resilience possible. You are not meant to carry tomorrow's burdens into tonight. The strength you will need has not disappeared. It is waiting to be restored through sleep. By releasing the rehearsal of failure, you allow that strength to rebuild instead of erode. Trust that when the moment comes, you will respond with the clarity available then, not the fear imagined now. Life has never required perfect foresight to move forward. It has always relied on the quiet ability to adapt step by step, learning as you go. In this gentle trust, the future loses its sharp edges. It becomes something you will meet rather than something you must survive in advance. The mind no longer races ahead, searching for proof of danger. It settles back into the present, where nothing is demanding immediate defense. And in that stillness, sleep approaches naturally, not as an escape from what might happen, but as a return to balance. The night becomes a place where possibilities can remain unknown without feeling threatening, where the mind can rest without guarding against tomorrow. Just a quiet surrender to the truth that you do not need to suffer future failures tonight, because tonight is for healing, not rehearsing. As the fear of future failures loosens its grip and tomorrow no longer feels like a threat waiting in the dark, the mind often makes one last attempt to stay awake by turning backward, not to analyze, not to learn, but to rewrite, to reshape conversations, adjust decisions, soften outcomes, and imagine how the day could have unfolded differently. It is a quiet urge to return to moments that are already sealed, as if mental revision could change the emotional weight they left behind. This habit comes from the discomfort of unfinished acceptance. The mind struggles with the idea that some parts of the day did not go as hoped, that certain words cannot be unsaid, that opportunities passed without pause. Rewriting the past feels like reclaiming control, like smoothing rough edges that still feel sharp. But each attempt only reopens the experience, keeping it active when it should be fading. The Stoics believe that once an action is completed, it belongs to history, not to you. Your responsibility exists in the moment of choice. After that, the outcome moves beyond your reach. Revisiting it repeatedly does not improve it. It only prolongs your attachment. True wisdom, they taught, is knowing when to release your grip on what has already unfolded. There is also a hidden desire for certainty inside this rewriting. The wish to know that you did the right thing, that another version of the day would have been better, that there was a perfect path you somehow missed. But life does not offer alternate timelines for comparison. You acted with the awareness, energy, and emotions available at the time. Expecting a different result now assumes you could have been someone else entirely. Rewriting the past keeps the nervous system alert because it signals that the situation is still unresolved. The body prepares as if action might still be required. This is why sleep feels distant when the mind keeps revisiting earlier hours. It cannot fully stand down while the day is still being mentally edited. Acceptance brings a different kind of closure. Not approval of everything that happened, but recognition that the day has completed its cycle. Like a chapter that cannot be reopened without disturbing the whole story. The Stoics practiced evening reflection to learn from the day, but they ended it with release, not rumination. Once the lesson was seen, they allowed the mind to rest. As the night deepens, allow the past to remain unchanged. You do not need to correct it in order to move forward. The imperfections of the day do not diminish your worth, nor do they predict tomorrow. They simply mark that you lived, interacted, made choices, and moved through time as all humans do, imperfectly and sincerely. Notice the calm that emerges when the editing stops. The mind no longer strains to rearrange memories. The body settles into a heavier stillness, as if relieved of a task it was never meant to perform. This stillness is not emptiness, it is completion. You are not required to end the day with a perfect narrative. You are allowed to end it exactly as it occurred. The unfinished details, the awkward moments, the things left unsaid, all of it can rest without resolution. Peace does not come from perfect closure. It comes from allowing closure to be imperfect. There is quiet dignity in letting the day stand on its own. It shows trust in your ability to continue living without constantly revising what cannot be changed. It shows respect for the natural flow of time, which moves forward whether the mind agrees or not. Feel how the tension in the forehead softens when you stop trying to reconstruct earlier hours. The eyes grow heavier, the breath slower, the thoughts less urgent. Nothing is chasing you anymore. Nothing requires correction before sleep is allowed. Tonight, let the past remain as it is, not as a problem to solve, but as a page already turned. The story continues without needing to rewrite what came before. What matters now is the quiet space opening in the present, a space where rest can finally settle. And in that quiet, sleep arrives not as escape, but as surrender to completion. The day is over, the past is closed, and the mind no longer needs to hold the pen, just a gentle release into darkness, where nothing needs to be fixed, explained, or redone, only allowed to fade as the night carries you into deeper peace. As the past is finally allowed to remain untouched, and the urge to rewrite the day begins to fade, a deeper realization quietly rises to the surface. Not everything in life will resolve in the way you hoped. Some questions will remain unanswered. Some apologies will never come. Some relationships will end without explanation. The mind resists this because it was taught to believe that closure arrives from the outside, delivered by the right words at the right time. But many endings offer no such moment, leaving a restless feeling that something is still unfinished. This is where true exhaustion often hides, not in what happened, but in waiting for a resolution that may never arrive. The mind stays alert, scanning for signs that the other person will return, that circumstances will shift, that clarity will suddenly appear. It keeps the door open long after the house has gone quiet. The Stoics understood that tying your peace to someone else's actions is a fragile arrangement. If your calm depends on their response, you remain unsettled until they choose to act, and they may never choose to. Mental closure begins when you accept that your healing does not require their participation. It is an internal decision, not a mutual agreement. You acknowledge what you felt, what you hoped for, what was lost, and you allow those truths to exist without needing validation. This does not mean pretending it didn't matter. It means recognizing that your experience is real, even if it was never acknowledged by the other side. There is also a quiet strength in releasing the need to fully understand everything. The human mind craves clear narratives, but life often unfolds in fragments. People act from fears you cannot see, make choices that contradict their words, leave without offering reasons that satisfy your need for logic. Accepting that some things will remain unclear removes the pressure to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. The Stoics practiced separating what was within their control from what was not. External resolution, apologies, explanations, changed behavior, belongs to others. Internal resolution belongs to you. When you focus on what you can control, peace becomes possible even in the absence of fairness. You stop waiting for the world to rearrange itself before allowing yourself to move forward. Holding on to unresolved situations also keeps emotional energy tied to the past. It is like leaving a part of yourself in a room you no longer live in. Each time the memory surfaces, that energy is pulled backward again. Mental closure is the act of bringing that energy home, reclaiming your attention from places that cannot nurture you anymore. As the night deepens, allow yourself to close doors gently without slamming them or leaving them wide open. You do not need dramatic endings. Quiet acceptance is enough. A simple recognition that this chapter has ended, even if the final page was never written clearly. Notice how the body responds when you stop waiting. The subtle tension in the chest eases. The breath flows more freely. The mind no longer scans for signs of change. There is a stillness that comes from knowing you are no longer dependent on outcomes outside your reach. You are not required to carry unanswered questions into the future. Life continues even without complete understanding. Meaning can still be found in new connections, new experiences, new moments that do not depend on what was left behind. In this quiet reclaiming, something shifts. The absence of resolution stops feeling like a wound and starts feeling like space. Space for healing, for rest, for new beginnings that do not compete with the past. You realize that closure is not something given to you. It is something you create by choosing peace over endless waiting. And in that choice, the mind softens. The restless search for answers dissolves into acceptance. What remains is a calm awareness that you are whole, even without final explanations, even without perfect endings. Tonight, let unresolved things remain unresolved. Let silence be the answer that frees you instead of traps you. Sleep comes easier when the mind no longer stands guard at doors that will not open again. The night holds you without conditions, without questions, without the need for completion. Just a quiet return to yourself, where closure exists not because everything made sense, but because you allowed yourself to move forward anyway. As the need for external resolution loosens and the mind no longer waits for answers that may never come, a quieter voice often rises from within, the one that reviews the day and whispers that it wasn't enough. Not enough effort, not enough progress, not enough discipline. A subtle guilt settles in, not tied to any specific failure, just a lingering sense that you should have done more with the hours you were given. This feeling can appear even after a long, exhausting day, as if rest itself must be earned through perfect productivity. This is one of the most draining forms of mental pressure because it has no clear endpoint. There is always more that could have been done, more messages answered, more plans advanced, more self-improvement attempted. The mind treats time like a resource that was poorly spent, and the body absorbs that judgment as tension. Sleep becomes uneasy because the nervous system senses unfinished responsibility, even when there is nothing left to do. The Stoics offered a powerful antidote to this quiet dissatisfaction. They measured a day not by how much was accomplished, but by how faithfully they acted according to their values in the moments they had. Effort mattered more than outcome. Presence mattered more than perfection. If you showed up sincerely, even imperfectly, the day was considered complete. Much of the guilt around productivity comes from comparing yourself to an imagined version of what you could have been. A version with endless energy, flawless focus, no emotional distractions. But that version does not exist in reality. You lived the day with a real body, real limits, real circumstances. Expecting more than that is asking a human being to perform like a machine. There is also a hidden belief that rest is a reward rather than a necessity, that you must justify stopping by proving you exhausted every possible ounce of effort. The Stoics rejected this harsh standard. They understood that recovery is part of discipline, not the opposite of it. Without rest, the mind weakens, decisions deteriorate, emotions become unstable. Rest is not avoidance. It is preparation for living well tomorrow. Another source of this feeling comes from carrying goals that are too large to complete in a single day. When progress is slow, it can feel invisible, even when movement occurred. The Stoics focused on what was within immediate reach. The next action, the next choice, the next moment of integrity. By narrowing their focus, they prevented overwhelm from turning into self-criticism. As the night deepens, allow the day to stand as it was lived, not as it might have been under perfect conditions. You did what you could with the clarity and strength available at the time. That is all any day has ever required. There is quiet dignity in honest effort, even when the results feel small. Notice how the body softens when you release the demand for more. The shoulders drop, the breath slows, the mind stops scanning for missed opportunities. A sense of completion begins to replace the feeling of deficiency. This is not complacency. It is acceptance that the day has reached its natural end. You are not required to punish yourself into becoming better. Growth does not come from exhaustion alone. It comes from balanced effort, reflection, and recovery. The Stoics believed that improvement happens over time, through consistent alignment with what matters, not through one perfect day. Let tonight be proof that stopping is allowed, that you do not have to earn sleep by squeezing more from a day that has already given everything it could. Tomorrow will offer new chances, new energy, new clarity. Carrying today's guilt into it only reduces what you will have to give. Feel the quiet relief of letting the day be enough. Enough effort, enough learning, enough living. Even if it didn't feel extraordinary. Ordinary days are the foundation of a meaningful life, not obstacles to it. And in that recognition, peace settles in. The mind no longer counts unfinished tasks or missed possibilities. It simply rests, knowing that nothing important is being lost by closing your eyes. The night becomes a place of restoration rather than judgment, a gentle reminder that you are allowed to pause without proving your worth. Sleep approaches not as an escape from responsibility, but as a natural continuation of a day honestly lived. The pressure to have done more dissolves into a quiet acceptance that you did enough for today, and that enough is what allows tomorrow to begin with strength instead of regret. As the guilt of not doing enough begins to loosen and the day is finally allowed to feel complete, another quiet habit can still steal peace before sleep arrives, the reflex to measure your life against someone else's. Not loudly, not intentionally, but in subtle glances at what others achieved, how far ahead they seem, how effortlessly they appear to move while you feel stuck in place. It happens in seconds, yet the emotional cost lingers long after the thought fades. Comparison drains energy because it shifts your focus from your own path to a race you never agreed to run. The mind stops seeing your effort, your growth, your quiet endurance, and instead fixates on a version of life that looks smoother from the outside. What was enough a moment ago suddenly feels small. Satisfaction dissolves into restlessness. Gratitude turns into quiet dissatisfaction that is difficult to name. The Stoics warned against this invisible trap. They believed that peace comes from aligning with your own nature, not from matching someone else's timeline. Every person moves through life with different circumstances, strengths, limitations, and unseen struggles. Comparing outcomes without understanding the full context creates an illusion of inadequacy that has no basis in reality. There is also a hidden distortion in how the mind compares. It places your inner struggles next to someone else's outward appearance. You see their results, not their doubts, their setbacks, their private fears. This imbalance makes their life seem complete and yours unfinished, even though both contain complexity. The Stoics emphasized looking inward for evaluation, measuring yourself against your own principles rather than external standards. Comparison quietly erodes motivation as well. When progress feels insignificant next to someone else's success, effort can start to feel pointless. Why try if you are already behind? This mindset does not inspire growth, it paralyzes it. The energy that could have fueled improvement gets redirected into self-criticism and discouragement. Another layer of exhaustion comes from the belief that life has a single correct pace, that you must reach certain milestones by certain ages, accumulate achievements in a specific order, prove your worth through visible progress. But life unfolds in cycles, not straight lines. Periods of slow movement, reflection, or recovery are not failures. They are necessary phases that make future strength possible. As the night deepens, allow yourself to return to your own timeline, the only one you were ever meant to follow. You are not late. You are not behind. You are simply living a story that cannot be measured by someone else's chapters. What matters is not how quickly you move, but whether you move with honesty and awareness. Notice the calm that appears when comparison fades. The chest feels lighter, the breath steadier, the mind less crowded. Without the pressure to keep up, the body no longer braces against invisible expectations. Rest becomes possible because nothing is chasing you. The Stoics practiced appreciating what was already present instead of longing for what belonged to others. Gratitude anchored them in reality, reminding them that value exists in what you have experienced, learned, and endured. This perspective transforms life from a competition into a journey that unfolds at its own pace. You are not meant to live as a reflection of someone else's success. You are meant to become fully yourself, shaped by your unique path. When you stop measuring your worth through comparison, you reclaim the energy that was quietly slipping away. That energy returns as clarity, confidence, and a deeper sense of peace. Tonight, let other people's lives remain where they are, separate from yours, not as standards you must meet. Your task is not to outrun them, but to understand yourself. Sleep comes easier when the mind is not calculating distances between you and others. In this quiet acceptance, a gentle dignity emerges. You recognize that your life does not need validation through comparison. It carries meaning simply because you are living it with awareness. What once felt like falling behind begins to feel like walking your own road. And in that realization, exhaustion softens into calm. The life force that was leaking through comparison returns to you, filling the body with a steady warmth. The night holds you without judgment, without competition, without the need to prove anything. Just a quiet return to your own pace, where rest is no longer something you must earn by being ahead, but something you receive by finally being at peace with where you are. As the pull of comparison fades and you return to your own pace, a deeper source of exhaustion begins to show itself. The quiet strain of trying to live a life that does not match who you truly are. Not because you chose it freely, but because expectations, pressure, or fear slowly shaped your path until it felt safer to perform than to be honest. You learn to act the way you think you should, to pursue goals that impress others, to silence instincts that point in a different direction. From the outside, it can look successful, even admirable. Inside, it feels like carrying a weight that never leaves your shoulders. Living against your nature drains energy because it requires constant adjustment. You monitor your words, your reactions, your interests, your pace. You push yourself into environments that do not nourish you, conversations that feel hollow, routines that leave you depleted instead of grounded. The body senses the misalignment even when the mind tries to justify it. Fatigue becomes chronic, motivation fades, joy feels distant without any clear reason why. The Stoics believed that peace comes from living in accordance with your nature, not in isolation from society, but in harmony with your own character and values. They taught that each person has a unique role shaped by temperament, abilities, and circumstances. Ignoring that role to imitate someone else creates internal conflict. You may achieve outward success, but it will feel strangely empty because it was never meant for you. There is also fear behind this misalignment. Fear that if you slow down, speak honestly, or change direction, you will disappoint others or lose approval. So you keep performing, hoping that endurance will eventually turn into fulfillment. But endurance without alignment only deepens exhaustion. The Stoics warned that approval gained at the cost of authenticity is fragile and unsatisfying. Another hidden cost is the loss of intuitive guidance. When you repeatedly override your instincts, you stop trusting them. Decisions become harder because the inner compass feels unreliable. You look outward for direction, measuring your choices against what seems acceptable instead of what feels true. This dependence increases anxiety and reduces confidence. As the night deepens, allow yourself to acknowledge the parts of life that feel forced, not with judgment, but with gentle awareness. Recognition is the first step toward realignment. You do not have to solve everything tonight. Simply admitting that something inside you needs a different rhythm begins to release the tension. Notice how the body responds when you stop pretending, even privately. The breath deepens, the jaw softens, the muscles loosen as if they no longer have to hold a pose. There is relief in being honest with yourself, even if no one else hears it. This honesty creates space where rest can finally settle. The Stoics practiced focusing on what they could genuinely influence while accepting the roles they could not escape. They found freedom not by rejecting responsibilities, but by performing them in a way that remained true to their character. Integrity replaced performance. Presence replaced pressure. You are not required to become someone else to deserve peace. Your nature is not a flaw to be corrected. It is a guide to how you function best. When you honor it, energy returns. Tasks feel lighter, interactions more authentic, goals more meaningful. Life begins to feel less like resistance and more like flow. Tonight, let yourself rest without the burden of pretending. You do not need to rehearse a role or prepare a version of yourself for tomorrow. The world can wait for the real you, the one that does not require constant effort to maintain. Feel the quiet calm that comes from dropping the mask, even in the privacy of darkness. Nothing is expected of you here. Nothing needs to be performed. Just a gentle return to who you are beneath the noise. And in that return, exhaustion begins to dissolve. The energy once spent resisting your own nature flows back into you, steady and warm. The night holds you without conditions, allowing you to exist without adjustment or defense. Sleep arrives not as escape, but as restoration. A peaceful reminder that living in alignment with yourself is not selfish or dangerous, but the very thing that makes a calm and meaningful life possible. As the pressure to live against your nature begins to soften, and you allow yourself to exist without forcing a version that never truly fit, another layer of exhaustion quietly reveals itself, the need to appear strong at all times. Not real strength, but the kind that is performed for others. The calm face that hides overwhelm, the steady voice that conceals doubt. The constant posture of control that leaves no room for vulnerability. Over time, this performance becomes so automatic that you forget what it feels like to simply be human without armor. Performative strength drains energy because it requires constant vigilance. You monitor how you are perceived, suppress emotions that might look like weakness, and carry burdens alone to maintain the image of resilience. The body remains tense, ready to hold everything together even when it is falling apart inside. This tension does not fade with sleep because it is tied to identity, the belief that you must always be the one who endures without complaint. The Stoics are often misunderstood as advocates of emotional suppression, but their true teaching was different. They valued inner steadiness, not outward hardness. Real strength to them was the ability to face reality honestly, including your own limits. Pretending to be unaffected by pain was not wisdom, it was avoidance. They believed acknowledging vulnerability allowed a person to respond more clearly, without wasting energy on maintaining appearances. There is also fear beneath performative strength. Fear that if you stop holding everything together, everything will collapse. That others depend on you being unshakable. That showing fatigue will diminish respect. But this belief isolates you, turning support into something you feel you cannot accept. The cost is loneliness disguised as competence. Another hidden burden is the absence of recovery. When you are always on, there is no safe moment to release tension. Even in private, the mind stays alert, rehearsing how to remain composed tomorrow. This constant readiness prevents deep rest, leaving you tired in a way that sleep alone cannot fix. As the night deepens, allow yourself to step out of the role you have been playing. You do not need to hold the world together right now. You do not need to prove resilience in the darkness where no one is watching. This moment belongs to recovery, not performance. Notice the subtle relief when you stop bracing. The shoulders sink, the chest loosens, the breath becomes slower and fuller. Without the need to appear strong, the body remembers how to relax. This relaxation is not weakness, it is restoration. It is what makes true strength sustainable. The Stoics practiced letting go of what was not required in the present moment. If a task did not belong to that hour, they released it completely. Tonight, strength is not required. Control is not required. Only rest is. You are allowed to be supported by the silence, by the darkness, by the quiet rhythm of your own breathing. You do not have to solve problems or carry responsibility while you sleep. Those things will still exist tomorrow, but you will face them with greater clarity if you allow yourself to recover now. Reclaiming energy begins with honesty, admitting that you are tired, that endurance has limits, that being human includes needing rest. This honesty creates space for compassion toward yourself, the same compassion you would offer someone else in your position. Feel how gentle it is to exist without expectations for a moment. No audience, no judgment, no pressure to maintain an image. Just the quiet awareness that you are enough even when you are not performing. In that awareness, exhaustion begins to melt into calm. The energy once spent holding everything together returns to you, filling the body with a steady warmth. The night becomes a sanctuary instead of another stage. Sleep approaches not as surrender to weakness, but as an act of trust. Trust that you do not need to control every moment to remain whole. The armor can rest beside you. The performance can pause. What remains is a softer, deeper strength, the kind that does not demand attention because it is rooted in acceptance. And in this quiet restoration, you remember something essential. True strength is not the ability to endure endlessly, but the wisdom to lay your burdens down when the day is done. As the armor of performative strength finally loosens and you no longer feel responsible for holding everything together, another quiet tension begins to fade, the need to be understood. The longing for someone to fully grasp what you carry, to see the effort behind your silence, to recognize the weight you've been managing without words. It is a deeply human desire. Yet it can also become another source of exhaustion when it feels unmet. The mind keeps searching for the right explanation, the perfect sentence that would finally make everything clear. Wanting to be understood often keeps the nervous system alert. You replay conversations, wonder how you were perceived, imagine what you could have said differently to bridge the distance between your inner world and theirs. When understanding does not arrive, it can feel like invisibility, as if your experience exists without witness. But tonight, there is relief in stepping away from that search. You do not need to translate your life for anyone in this moment. The Stoics recognize that other people's perceptions lie beyond your control. You can speak honestly, act with integrity, and still be misunderstood. Their peace came from aligning with their own conscience rather than chasing external validation. If they knew they had acted according to their principles, they allowed that to be enough, even if others saw them differently. There is also freedom in realizing that not everything meaningful can be explained. Some experiences are too complex for language, too layered for simple understanding. Trying to compress them into words can feel like diminishing them. Allowing them to exist quietly inside you can be more respectful than forcing them into a form others can grasp. Another hidden pressure comes from the belief that being understood is necessary for peace. That closure depends on mutual recognition. But peace can exist without agreement, without acknowledgement, even without conversation. It grows from self-acceptance, from knowing that your experience is valid even if no one else confirms it. As the night deepens, let the need to explain yourself dissolve. No arguments to prepare, no clarifications to craft, no rehearsals of how you would tell your story if given the chance. You do not need witnesses to rest. The silence itself can hold you without questions. Notice the calm that arrives when you stop seeking recognition. The mind becomes quieter, no longer scanning for imagined responses. The body softens, as if relieved of the task of presenting itself to the world. This calm is not loneliness, it is solitude, a space where you can exist without interpretation. The Stoics practiced being at peace with their own awareness. They believed that if you can answer honestly to yourself, external approval becomes less urgent. This inner alignment creates stability that does not depend on how others see you. You are allowed to let the world misunderstand you tonight. Nothing essential is lost by pausing the effort to be seen clearly. Understanding can come later, or not at all. Your rest does not need to wait for it. Feel how gentle it is to exist without needing to justify your feelings, your choices, your path. There is no audience here. No expectation to clarify anything, just the quiet presence of your own breathing, steady and sufficient. In this space, exhaustion begins to dissolve into peace. The energy once spent translating yourself returns, filling the body with a soft warmth. The night becomes a refuge where you are free from interpretation, free from explanation, free from the pressure to be known in ways that feel complete. Sleep approaches not as escape, but as acceptance. Acceptance that you do not need to be understood to be whole. You are allowed to rest even if your story remains unfinished in the minds of others. And in that acceptance, a deep relief settles in. Nothing to prove, nothing to clarify, nothing to resolve before closing your eyes. Just a quiet return to yourself, where understanding is no longer something you seek outside, but something you carry within, steady and enough for this moment. As the need to be understood fades into the background and you no longer feel compelled to explain your inner world to anyone, a quieter realization begins to surface. Not every wound needs a solution before it can begin to heal. The mind has been trained to fix, to repair, to analyze until an answer appears. When something hurts, the instinct is to search for the method that will make the pain disappear. But there are moments in life when solutions arrive slowly, or not at all, and the constant search only deepens the exhaustion. Acceptance works differently. It does not rush, does not force closure, does not demand that everything makes sense. It simply acknowledges what is present and allows it to exist without resistance. The Stoics saw acceptance not as surrender, but as alignment with reality. When you stop fighting what already is, you conserve the energy that was being lost in the struggle. That energy becomes available for healing instead of conflict. The mind often resists acceptance because it feels passive, almost like giving up. There is a fear that if you stop trying to solve the problem, you will remain stuck in it forever. But acceptance does not mean you stop caring or stop taking action when action becomes possible. It means you stop exhausting yourself in moments where action cannot change the situation. It is a pause that restores clarity rather than a retreat from responsibility. Many forms of emotional pain persist because the mind keeps asking, "Why?" or "How do I fix this?" even when no immediate answer exists. This questioning keeps the nervous system activated, as if resolution is just one more thought away. Acceptance gently interrupts that cycle. It says, "This is here right now, and I can allow it without needing to solve it tonight." In that permission, tension begins to loosen. The Stoics practiced observing their feelings without attaching urgency to them. They recognized that emotions move like weather, intense at times, quiet at others, always changing. Trying to control them immediately only prolongs the storm. Allowing them to pass through naturally often brings relief faster than any forced intervention. There is also a physical shift that occurs with acceptance. The body stops bracing against the experience. Muscles soften, breathing deepens, the heart rate steadies. This physiological calm creates the conditions where healing processes can begin. Solutions often emerge later when the mind is rested and clear, not when it is strained and desperate. As the night deepens, allow whatever remains unresolved to simply be present without needing transformation. You do not have to make peace with it perfectly. You only need to stop pushing it away. The silence can hold it without judgment, without pressure to resolve it before sleep arrives. Notice how the weight changes when you stop trying to carry it differently. It does not disappear instantly, but it no longer feels like something you must wrestle with. It becomes part of the background, quieter, less demanding. This quiet is where recovery begins. You are not required to solve your life before resting. Healing often happens in spaces where effort pauses. Just as the body repairs itself during sleep, the mind integrates experiences when it is allowed to settle. Acceptance opens the door to that integration. Feel the calm that spreads when you release the urgency. Nothing needs to be concluded tonight. Nothing needs to be fixed before morning. You are allowed to rest in the middle of the story, trusting that clarity will come in its own time. The Stoics believed that peace grows from cooperation with reality, not domination over it. By accepting what you cannot change in this moment, you align yourself with a deeper stability that solutions alone cannot provide. And in that alignment, exhaustion softens into stillness. The mind no longer races for answers. The body no longer braces for impact. What remains is a quiet openness, a gentle readiness to heal without pressure. Sleep approaches naturally in this space, not as an escape from problems, but as a continuation of acceptance. The night becomes a place where nothing is demanded of you, where being present is enough. In this quiet surrender, you discover something simple but powerful. Acceptance can begin healing long before solutions appear. Not because the problem vanished, but because the struggle ended. And when the struggle ends, peace has room to grow, carrying you gently into rest. As acceptance begins to quiet the urgency to fix everything, and the mind no longer feels pressured to produce answers before morning, another truth gently rises to the surface. You were never meant to function without limits. Yet somewhere along the way, you learn to treat yourself like a machine, to measure your worth by output, consistency, endurance, to ignore fatigue, override emotion, and keep moving as if rest were a malfunction instead of a necessity. This quiet self-demand can follow you into the night, making stillness feel undeserved. Living like a machine disconnects you from the natural rhythms that sustain life. Machines do not need meaning, warmth, or reassurance. Humans do. When you deny those needs, exhaustion becomes more than physical. It becomes emotional, a deep sense of emptiness that no amount of productivity can fill. The Stoics understood this difference clearly. They valued discipline, but they also recognized the importance of compassion toward oneself. Strength without humanity turns rigid. Humanity without strength feels unstable. Peace comes from allowing both to exist together. There is also fear behind this mechanical way of living. Fear that if you slow down, everything will collapse, that your value will diminish if you are not constantly producing, helping, solving, improving. But your worth was never meant to depend on constant motion. Even the most resilient minds require pauses to remain clear and grounded. Ignoring this truth leads to burnout disguised as dedication. Another hidden cost is the loss of emotional presence. When you operate purely on function, feelings become interruptions rather than signals. Sadness, joy, frustration, tenderness, all are pushed aside to maintain efficiency. Over time, this creates a numbness that feels safer than vulnerability, but also emptier than connection. The Stoics did not advocate numbness. They sought balanced awareness, the ability to feel without being overwhelmed. As the night deepens, allow yourself to step out of performance mode. You do not need to optimize anything right now. You do not need to prepare for tomorrow or justify today. This moment belongs to the simple fact of being alive, breathing, existing without tasks attached. Notice how the body responds when you stop demanding more from it. The tension in your shoulders releases, the breath flows more freely, the heartbeat steadies. These are signs that the system is returning to its natural state, not driven, not forced, just present. You are allowed to be tired without explaining why, allowed to feel without analyzing it, allowed to rest without earning it. These permissions restore a sense of gentleness that has been missing from a life organized around productivity. The Stoics practiced remembering their own humanity, reminding themselves that they were part of nature, not separate from it. They observed the cycles of day and night, effort and recovery, growth and stillness. By aligning with these rhythms, they found stability that did not depend on constant control. Tonight, let yourself exist without expectations. No goals to reach, no standards to meet, no roles to perform. Just the quiet awareness that being human includes needing softness, silence, and care. Feel the warmth that spreads when you stop treating yourself as a tool and start treating yourself as a living being. This warmth is not weakness, it is restoration. It reconnects you to the part of yourself that has been waiting patiently beneath the pressure. Sleep approaches differently from this place. Not as shutdown, but as nourishment. Not as escape, but as trust that your body knows how to recover when it is not being pushed beyond its limits. In this quiet permission, exhaustion begins to transform into calm. The energy once spent forcing yourself forward returns as a steady stillness. You remember that you do not have to become something else to deserve peace. And as the night holds you gently, one simple truth remains. You are not a machine built for endless output. You are a human being designed for cycles of effort and rest, connection and solitude, action and recovery. When you honor that design, Healing begins naturally, carrying you into sleep with a softness that no amount of productivity could ever provide. As the pressure to perform fades and you finally allow yourself to be human instead of efficient, a final resistance often reveals itself. The urge to control wrest itself. The mind turns relaxation into another task, something to optimize, schedule, perfect. You try different methods, techniques, routines, hoping to force the body into calm. But the more you strategize, the more awake you feel, because rest does not respond to control the way productivity does. It responds to surrender. Surrender feels uncomfortable because it means releasing the illusion that you must manage every outcome. Strategy keeps you in charge, keeps the mind active, scanning for results. Surrender asks you to step back, to trust processes that happen without effort. Breathing, slowing, drifting. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed peace came from aligning with what cannot be forced, allowing nature to do what it already knows how to do. When you approach rest as a problem to solve, the nervous system remains alert. It senses pressure, expectation, a subtle urgency to succeed at relaxing. This contradiction creates tension instead of relief. The body cannot soften while it feels evaluated. Sleep becomes something to achieve rather than something that arrives naturally when resistance fades. There is also fear beneath this control. Fear that if you let go completely, something will be missed, forgotten, left undone. That surrender equals negligence. But surrender is not abandonment of responsibility. It is recognition that this moment does not require action. The night exists for recovery, not vigilance. The Stoics practiced releasing control over what belonged to time and nature. They understood that certain processes unfold only when left alone, like healing, growth, and rest. Trying to hurry them only delays them. By trusting these rhythms, they conserved energy instead of scattering it in constant effort. As the night deepens, allow yourself to stop trying to relax. Stop monitoring whether you are calm enough, tired enough, peaceful enough. Let the body decide its own pace. You do not need to guide it step by step. It has been resting itself since the day you were born. Notice what happens when you loosen the grip of intention. The breath becomes slower without instruction. The mind drifts without direction. Muscles release without command. This is what surrender feels like. Not dramatic, not forced, just a quiet absence of effort. You are not required to earn rest by doing it correctly. There is no perfect way to fall asleep. No technique that guarantees peace. What opens the door is the willingness to stop pushing against wakefulness, to allow tiredness to unfold at its own speed. Feel the relief in not having to manage anything right now. No problems to anticipate, no plans to refine, no emotions to control. Just the gentle awareness that this moment asks nothing from you except presence. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from accepting the limits of control. When you stop trying to command everything, life becomes lighter. Rest follows the same principle. It arrives when the struggle to control it ends. In this quiet surrender, exhaustion softens into heaviness, and heaviness into stillness. The body settles as if gravity itself is guiding it downward into safety. Thoughts lose their urgency because there is nothing left to accomplish tonight. Sleep approaches like a tide, not because you summoned it, but because you stopped resisting it. The night becomes a place where effort dissolves and awareness fades gently into rest. And in that surrender, you discover something simple but profound. Rest was never something you had to achieve. It was something waiting for you to step aside. As surrender begins to quiet the constant need to control everything, and the body finally remembers how to soften on its own, another hidden weight becomes easier to notice. The expectations you carry that no one ever clearly gave you. The silent standards about who you should be, how composed you should remain, how much you should accomplish, how little you should need. They hover in the background of every decision, shaping your behavior even when no one is watching. Because, over time, these expectations stopped feeling external and started feeling like your own voice. Invisible expectations drain energy because they offer no finish line. You can never be certain you've met them, so the mind stays alert, scanning for signs of failure. Even in quiet moments, there is a subtle pressure to be improving, performing, proving something. The body absorbs this pressure as tension, a quiet readiness that never fully switches off. Rest feels incomplete because part of you believes you should be doing more, becoming more, fixing more. The Stoics warned about living according to imagined judgments. They believed much of human suffering comes from chasing approval that was never explicitly required. By grounding themselves in their own principles rather than in assumptions about what others expected, they freed themselves from unnecessary burdens. When you act according to what is truly important to you, invisible expectations lose their authority. There is also fear beneath these silent standards. Fear of disappointing people, of losing respect, of falling short of an image you have worked hard to maintain. So you carry these expectations as protection, hoping they will prevent criticism or rejection. But carrying them constantly creates the very exhaustion you are trying to avoid. Another layer of relief comes from recognizing that many of these expectations were inherited, not chosen. Messages absorbed from family, culture, past experiences. Ideas about success, strength, responsibility that once served a purpose but may no longer fit the life you are living now. Letting go does not dishonor where they came from. It honors the person you are becoming. As the night deepens, allow yourself to set these expectations down, even if only for a few hours. You do not have to meet them tonight. You do not have to evaluate yourself against invisible standards while you are trying to rest. This moment is free from judgment unless you bring it with you. Notice the subtle lightness that appears when you stop measuring yourself. The chest expands more easily. The breath flows without interruption. The mind becomes quieter. Without the constant monitoring, the body no longer braces for evaluation. It simply exists. You are not required to carry the roles you play during the day into the night. The person who solves problems, supports others, meets deadlines, maintains composure, that version of you can rest as well. Nothing essential will be lost by pausing the performance. The Stoics practiced returning to simplicity, stripping life down to what was real and present. In the darkness, there are no expectations, no comparisons, no roles to fulfill. Only the steady rhythm of breathing, the quiet awareness of being alive. Feel the relief of existing without needing to be impressive or dependable or strong. Just human, just tired, just present. This simplicity restores energy that has been leaking through constant self-pressure. Sleep approaches more gently when nothing is being demanded of you. The night does not care about your productivity, your reputation, or your progress. It offers restoration without conditions. And in this quiet freedom, exhaustion dissolves into calm. The invisible weight you carried throughout the day lifts, leaving a sense of openness that feels almost unfamiliar. You realize how heavy it was only after you set it down. Tonight, let expectations remain where they belong, outside this moment. You do not need to meet them to deserve rest. You do not need to become anything else before closing your eyes. Just a quiet return to yourself, where nothing is required and nothing is being measured. In that space, peace settles naturally, carrying you into sleep not as someone striving to be enough, but as someone who finally allowed themselves to be. As the invisible expectations fall away, and you finally step out of the silent pressure to keep becoming something, one last discomfort can surface, the uneasy feeling that doing nothing is somehow wrong. That stillness must be justified, that rest without productivity is wasted time, that if you are not improving, fixing, or advancing, you are falling behind. This belief is so deeply woven into modern life that simply pausing can feel rebellious, almost dangerous. Yet within that pause lies a freedom most people never allow themselves to experience. Doing nothing on purpose is different from exhaustion or avoidance. It is not collapse, it is choice. A deliberate step out of motion to remember that existence does not require constant output. The Stoics practiced this kind of intentional stillness not as laziness, but as a return to clarity. They understood that a mind constantly engaged with tasks loses the ability to see what truly matters. In stillness, awareness sharpens. In quiet, perspective returns. There is also fear beneath the discomfort of inactivity. Fear that if you stop, you will lose momentum, lose relevance, lose control. But constant movement can be a way of escaping yourself. When you finally pause, thoughts and feelings that were drowned out by busyness begin to surface. This is why doing nothing can feel unsettling at first, not because it is harmful, but because it reveals what has been ignored. Another hidden benefit emerges in this quiet space. Creativity, insight, and emotional processing often happen when the mind is not occupied with solving problems. Solutions appear unexpectedly when you stop searching for them. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows in reflection, not in endless action. They made time for solitude precisely because it allowed the mind to reset. As the night deepens, allow yourself to rest without purpose. No meditation goal, no productivity strategy, no attempt to make the moment meaningful. Just stillness for its own sake. You do not need to justify it with improvement or growth. Existing quietly is reason enough. Notice how the body responds when it realizes nothing is expected. The tension that was held out of habit begins to release. The breath slows naturally. A gentle heaviness spreads through the limbs, not as fatigue, but as grounding. This is what happens when the nervous system recognizes safety. You are not wasting time by resting. Time is not something you must constantly convert into results. Some of its most valuable moments are the ones that leave no visible trace, the ones that simply restore your capacity to live. The Stoics often reflected on nature to remind themselves of this truth. Trees do not grow every second. Rivers do not rush without pause. Night itself is a daily permission for the world to become still. Your need for rest is part of that same rhythm. Ignoring it creates imbalance. Honoring it restores harmony. Feel the quiet liberation in not needing to become anything right now. No identity to perform, no future to prepare, no past to resolve. Just the simple presence of being alive, breathing in the darkness, held by the steady movement of time that does not require your effort to continue. In this intentional nothingness, exhaustion begins to dissolve into peace. The energy once spent resisting stillness returns as calm. The mind stops searching for tasks and settles into awareness without direction. Sleep approaches naturally from this place, not because you chased it, but because you stopped running from rest. The night becomes a sanctuary where doing nothing is not failure, but healing. And in that healing, you discover a quiet truth. You do not exist only to produce, to fix, to achieve. You exist to live, to feel, to recover, to simply be. When you allow yourself the liberation of doing nothing on purpose, you return to the foundation of all strength, a mind and body that know how to rest without guilt. Let the stillness hold you now. Nothing is required, nothing is missing, nothing needs to change. Just a gentle surrender to the peace that was waiting beneath all the movement, carrying you softly into sleep. As the freedom of doing nothing begins to settle into your body and the guilt around stillness fades, a deeper calm starts to appear. The kind that doesn't come from effort, but from allowing everything to be exactly as it is. Yet just beneath that calm, the nervous system may still be holding tension, traces of resistance left over from days, months, even years of trying to control what could not be controlled. True rest reaches deeper than the mind. It reaches the body's memory of pressure, urgency, and survival. Radical acceptance is what allows that deeper reset to happen. Not a soft, conditional acceptance, but a complete acknowledgement of reality without argument. This is where the Stoics placed their greatest emphasis. They believed suffering intensifies when we demand that life be different from what it is. When that demand dissolves, the nervous system no longer has to remain on alert. It recognizes that the struggle has ended. The body carries the history of resistance in subtle ways. Tight muscles, shallow breathing, restless sleep, a constant sense of being on edge without knowing why. These are not signs of weakness, they are signs of prolonged effort. Radical acceptance sends a different signal. You are safe enough to stand down. Nothing needs to be fixed right now. Nothing is chasing you. There is fear in this kind of acceptance because it feels like surrendering control. The mind worries that if you stop resisting, problems will overwhelm you. But resistance does not prevent difficulty, it only multiplies the strain. Acceptance conserves energy so that when action is truly needed, you have the strength to respond rather than react. The Stoics practiced saying yes to the present moment, even when it contained discomfort, not because they enjoyed hardship, but because fighting reality created additional suffering. By aligning with what was already happening, they regained composure and clarity. This alignment is what allows the nervous system to reset. As the night deepens, allow everything you are carrying to exist without needing to change it. The worries, the fatigue, the unresolved questions, all can rest here without pressure to resolve them. You do not have to be calm before you lie down. Calm grows when you stop insisting that you should already feel better. Notice how the body responds when you release the argument with reality. The breath becomes slower, deeper, reaching places it hasn't reached all day. The heartbeat steadies. The muscles soften as if they are finally convinced that vigilance is no longer required. This is the nervous system shifting from survival mode into restoration. You are not required to understand everything to accept it. Understanding may come later, or not at all. Acceptance is simply allowing what is present to be present without adding fear or judgment. It creates a spaciousness where healing processes can begin naturally. The Stoics trusted that life unfolds according to forces larger than individual control. By cooperating with those forces, instead of resisting them, they found a quiet resilience that did not depend on circumstances being easy. This resilience is not hard or rigid, it is flexible, grounded, calm. Feel the relief of not needing to hold yourself together anymore. The body can rest against the surface beneath you without bracing. The mind can drift without scanning for threats. The moment is enough exactly as it is. In this radical acceptance, exhaustion transforms into stillness. The energy once spent fighting dissolves into warmth and heaviness, the kind that invites sleep rather than resists it. The night becomes a place of repair, not escape. Sleep approaches like a natural consequence of surrender, not because you forced it, not because you solved everything, but because you stopped resisting the flow of life for a while. The nervous system settles into a rhythm that does not need your guidance. And in that quiet reset, you discover something deeply reassuring. Peace was not hidden or distant. It was waiting behind the tension created by resistance. When you let go of the fight, even briefly, the body remembers how to heal, how to rest, how to trust the silence. Let that trust carry you now. Nothing needs to change for this moment to be enough. Just the quiet acceptance of what is, gently guiding you into deeper calm, where the mind can finally sleep without guarding against a world that has already paused for the night. As the body settles into the calm that comes from radical acceptance and the nervous system begins to remember what safety feels like, one final pattern often reveals why peace felt so distant for so long. The constant need to control everything. Not just circumstances, but outcomes, emotions, perceptions, timing, even the unpredictable parts of life that were never meant to be managed. What once felt like responsibility slowly became compulsion, a quiet addiction to certainty that left no room for rest. Control can feel comforting at first. It creates the illusion that nothing will fall apart if you stay vigilant enough. You plan ahead, anticipate problems, monitor every detail, believing that preparedness will prevent pain. But the cost is constant tension. The mind never switches off because it believes something important might slip through if attention loosens for even a moment. Over time, this vigilance becomes unsustainable. The body grows exhausted from holding a posture of readiness that never ends. The Stoics understood that the desire for control often hides fear. Fear of uncertainty, loss, vulnerability, change. They did not deny this fear, but they refused to let it govern their lives. Instead, they focused on what was truly within their power, their choices, their attitudes, their actions in the present moment. Everything else they practiced releasing, not because it did not matter, but because it could not be commanded by force. When control becomes excessive, it begins to collapse under its own weight. Too many variables, too many unknowns, too many things that refuse to behave as planned. The mind tries to tighten its grip, but the tighter it holds, the more fragile everything feels. Anxiety increases, sleep weakens, decisions become harder because the fear of making the wrong one grows overwhelming. This is the paradox of control addiction. The more you chase certainty, the less stable you feel. There is also a loss of trust in this cycle. Trust in other people, trust in life's timing, trust in your own ability to adapt. Control replaces trust because it feels safer than relying on anything unpredictable. But without trust, the mind has nowhere to rest. It remains alert even in moments that should feel calm. As the night deepens, allow yourself to loosen the grip just a little. You do not have to solve uncertainty tonight. You do not have to prepare for every possible outcome. This moment does not require mastery. It requires release. Notice how the body responds when you stop scanning for what might go wrong. The muscles soften, the breath deepens, the forehead relaxes as if a silent command to stay alert has been lifted. The nervous system begins to believe that it no longer has to guard against the unknown. The Stoics practiced surrendering control to the flow of events while maintaining control over their inner response. This balance gave them strength without rigidity. They could act decisively when needed and rest when action was impossible. Their peace came from knowing they did not have to manage the entire world to live well within it. You are not responsible for holding life together by force of will. Much of what sustains you happens without your direction. The rhythm of your heart, the movement of breath, the turning of night into morning. Recognizing this can be deeply relieving. It reminds you that existence does not depend on constant effort. Feel the quiet relief in allowing uncertainty to remain uncertain. Nothing is falling apart because you stopped managing it for a few hours. The world continues, steady and indifferent to your vigilance. This realization can feel humbling, but also freeing. In this gentle release, exhaustion begins to dissolve into calm. The energy once spent maintaining control returns as a soft heaviness that invites sleep. The mind no longer needs to calculate, predict, or guard. It can simply drift. Sleep approaches not as surrender to chaos, but as trust. Trust that you can rest without everything unraveling. Trust that tomorrow will come whether you planned it perfectly or not. Trust that your strength does not depend on never letting go. And in that trust, peace deepens. The addiction to control loosens its hold, replaced by a quieter confidence that you can meet whatever comes without exhausting yourself in advance. The night holds you gently, without demands, without conditions, allowing you to experience what it feels like to exist without managing every detail. Just a quiet return to stillness, where nothing needs to be controlled for you to be safe, and where rest finally becomes possible because you allowed yourself to release the weight you were never meant to carry alone. As the grip of control begins to loosen and the mind no longer feels responsible for holding the entire world together, something else becomes visible. The armor you have been wearing for far too long. Not physical armor, but the mental kind. The guarded responses, the constant readiness, the habit of expecting difficulty before it arrives. It formed slowly, piece by piece, shaped by past disappointments, betrayals, pressures, and responsibilities. At some point, it stopped feeling like protection and started feeling like part of your identity. Armor keeps you functioning in harsh environments, but it is heavy to carry when the battle is over. The body does not know when to stand down because the mind keeps signaling that danger might return at any moment. Even in safe spaces, tension lingers. Sleep becomes shallow because the nervous system remains half awake, scanning for threats that are no longer present. This is the cost of forgetting how to set the armor down. The Stoics understood the importance of readiness, but they also understood the wisdom of release. They trained themselves to meet hardship with composure, not with permanent defense. Their strength came from flexibility, the ability to engage fully when necessary and disengage completely when the moment passed. They knew that carrying armor into every situation would eventually exhaust even the strongest person. There is also fear in removing it. Without armor, you feel exposed, uncertain, vulnerable to being hurt again. The mind whispers that lowering your guard invites danger, but constant defense prevents healing as much as it prevents harm. You cannot rest deeply while preparing for impact. Another quiet truth emerges here. The armor protected you when you needed it. It served its purpose. Recognizing this allows gratitude instead of resentment toward the strategies you developed to survive. But survival tools are not meant to be permanent. At some point, safety requires a different posture, one of openness rather than defense. As the night deepens, allow yourself to imagine setting that armor beside you, piece by piece. Not destroying it, not rejecting it, just placing it down where it can rest too. You do not need it in the darkness where nothing is attacking you. This moment belongs to recovery, not protection. Notice how the body responds when the posture of defense softens. The shoulders drop, the jaw unclenches, the breath moves freely instead of cautiously. The chest feels lighter, as if space has returned where pressure once lived. This is what safety feels like when the guard is lowered. You are not required to remain in survival mode forever. Strength is not measured by how long you can endure tension, but by how well you can recognize when it is no longer needed. The Stoics believed wisdom included knowing when to act and when to rest, when to prepare and when to release. Feel the quiet relief in not having to anticipate pain tonight. Nothing is demanding vigilance. Nothing is testing your resilience. You are allowed to exist without scanning the horizon for problems. Sleep approaches differently from this place. Without armor, the body sinks more deeply into rest. The mind drifts without interruption. Dreams soften because the system no longer expects conflict. In this gentle disarmament, exhaustion transforms into calm. The energy once spent maintaining defenses returns as warmth, as heaviness, as a sense of being held rather than braced. The night becomes a sanctuary instead of a battlefield. And in that sanctuary, you remember something essential. You were never meant to fight every day of your life. There are seasons of struggle and seasons of restoration. This moment belongs to restoration. Let the armor rest beside you now. It will still be there if you ever truly need it again, but tonight it is not required. Tonight you are safe enough to be unguarded, human, open to the quiet peace that only arrives when defense is no longer necessary. Just a soft return to stillness, where nothing needs to be resisted, nothing needs to be proven, and nothing needs to be carried. Only the calm rhythm of breath guiding you into sleep, free from the weight of armor that protected you once, but no longer has to define you. As the armor rests beside you, and the body begins to remember what it feels like to be unguarded, another layer of tension slowly comes into view. The habit of constant alertness. The scanning of every room, every tone of voice, every silence for signs that something might go wrong. Hypervigilance is what remains when the danger is gone, but the mind hasn't received the message. It keeps watch long after the storm has passed, convinced that relaxation is what allowed the storm to arrive in the first place. This state drains energy in a quiet, relentless way. The senses stay sharpened. The thoughts race ahead looking for threats. The body holds a readiness that never resolves into action. Even peaceful environments feel slightly unsafe because the mind expects disruption. Sleep becomes light, easily broken, because part of you is still standing guard. You wake tired not from what happened, but from what never stopped happening inside. The Stoics understood the difference between awareness and anxiety. Awareness observes reality as it is. Hypervigilance anticipates reality as it fears it might be. They trained themselves to respond to what was present, not to what was imagined. By returning attention to the current moment, They stepped out of the cycle of constant anticipation that fuels exhaustion. There is also grief hidden inside hypervigilance. Grief for the times you had to be alert to protect yourself, for the experiences that taught your nervous system that safety was fragile. This alertness was not weakness, it was adaptation. Recognizing this allows compassion toward yourself instead of frustration. You were trying to survive, not overreact. Escaping this prison begins with teaching the body that vigilance is no longer required, not through force, but through repeated experiences of calm, slow breathing, stillness, quiet environments where nothing demands immediate reaction. Each moment of safety becomes evidence that you can lower your guard without consequence. As the night deepens, allow yourself to stop scanning for disturbances. There is nothing to monitor right now, nothing approaching that requires preparation. The darkness is not hiding danger, it is offering rest. Let your awareness soften instead of sharpen. Notice how the body responds when the internal alarm quiets. The muscles release their subtle tension, the heartbeat slows, the breath becomes deeper and more even. The mind begins to drift because it no longer believes it must stay awake to protect you. This is the nervous system shifting from defense to recovery. You are not responsible for anticipating every possibility before it occurs. Life unfolds whether you watch for it or not. The Stoics trusted that they could meet events when they arrived instead of exhausting themselves preparing for them endlessly. Feel the relief in allowing the world to continue without your supervision. You do not have to guard the night. You do not have to predict tomorrow. Just the simple act of lying here, breathing, existing, is enough. In this quiet release, hypervigilance begins to loosen its hold. The prison door was never locked from the outside. It was held shut by habit. As you step away from constant alertness, space opens for calm to enter. Sleep approaches more deeply from this place. Not as a fragile state that could be interrupted at any moment, but as a descent into safety. The body sinks, the mind softens, the senses withdraw from their watch. And in that descent, you rediscover something gentle and powerful. You are allowed to feel safe even when nothing has been resolved, even when the world remains uncertain. Safety does not come from predicting everything. It comes from trusting that you can rest anyway. Let the watch end tonight. Let the guards step down. Nothing needs to be monitored for the next few hours. Just a quiet return to stillness, where the nervous system can finally stand down and the mind can drift into sleep without one eye open, free from the exhausting duty of constant vigilance. As the mind steps out of constant vigilance and the body begins to trust the quiet again, another pressure that has been driving your exhaustion starts to surface. The fear that if you slow down, you will fall behind. Behind who? Behind what? It is often unclear. Yet the feeling persists, a subtle urgency woven into everyday life, whispering that rest is risky and stillness is dangerous. It keeps you moving even when you are already depleted, measuring your worth against invisible timelines that never stop shifting. This fear grows stronger in silence because there are no distractions to drown it out. Without noise, the mind starts comparing, replaying where you think you should be, where others seem to be, where you hoped you would be by now. It turns the present moment into evidence of failure instead of a place of recovery. Rest becomes difficult because part of you believes you should be doing something more productive, something that proves you are not losing ground. The Stoics warned about measuring life against expectations that do not belong to you. They believed peace comes from focusing on the path directly in front of you, rather than racing against imagined competitors. Each person moves through life according to different circumstances, different timing, different lessons. When you accept your own pace, the pressure to keep up dissolves. There is also a misunderstanding behind this fear, the belief that constant motion equals progress, but exhaustion slows you more than rest ever will. A tired mind makes poorer decisions, reacts instead of responds, loses clarity about what truly matters. Rest is not falling behind, it is maintenance for the journey ahead. Without it, even the strongest effort eventually collapses. Another quiet truth emerges. Life is not a single race with one finish line. It is a series of phases, some active, some reflective, some uncertain, some restorative. Comparing your current phase to someone else's highlights creates unnecessary suffering. The Stoics returned again and again to the idea that control lies in how you walk your path, not in how quickly you reach milestones. As the night deepens, allow yourself to step off the timeline completely. There is no race happening in this room. No one is measuring your progress right now. The world continues whether you move or pause, whether you accelerate or recover. You are allowed to exist outside of urgency for a few hours. Notice the relief that appears when you stop evaluating yourself against where you think you should be. The chest softens, the breath steadies, the mind loses its frantic edge. Without the pressure to catch up, the body can finally settle into stillness. You are not late to your own life. You are here, breathing, aware, capable of continuing tomorrow with more clarity than you had today. That is enough. Progress does not disappear because you rested. It waits for you to return with renewed strength. The Stoics believed that wisdom included patience, the understanding that meaningful change unfolds gradually, often invisibly. By trusting this process, they avoided the desperation that comes from trying to force results before their time. Feel the quiet reassurance in letting the clock fade into the background. Nothing important is slipping away because you closed your eyes. Nothing essential is being taken from you while you recover. Rest does not erase your efforts, it prepares them. In this gentle release, the fear of falling behind begins to loosen. The energy once spent on comparison returns as calm. The mind stops racing ahead and returns to the simple rhythm of breathing, of existing in the present moment without judgment. Sleep approaches more easily from this place. Without the pressure to hurry, the body sinks naturally into rest. The night becomes a pause rather than a setback, a space where you gather strength rather than lose time. And in that pause, you rediscover something steady and reassuring. Your life is not measured by how relentlessly you push, but by how sustainably you move forward. You are allowed to slow down without disappearing, to rest without losing your place, to recover without guilt. Let the race go for tonight. Let tomorrow remain tomorrow. Just a quiet return to yourself, where nothing is chasing you and nothing is demanding proof. Only the calm certainty that you are exactly where you need to be to heal, to breathe, and to sleep without fear of being left behind. As the pressure of falling behind loosens its grip, another discomfort begins to reveal itself. The strange unease that appears when you stop being productive. It feels almost like restlessness, like your mind does not know what to do with stillness. This is not weakness. It is withdrawal from a life that taught you your value depends on constant output. When motion stops, the system panics because it has forgotten how to exist without proving something. A quiet discomfort rises when there is nothing left to complete, no task to check off, no message to answer. The silence feels unfamiliar, even threatening, because busyness has been your shield against uncomfortable thoughts and unprocessed feelings. Productivity kept you moving fast enough to avoid looking inward. Now, in the absence of that movement, everything you postponed begins to surface. The Stoics understood this tension. They warned that a person who cannot be alone with their own mind will always seek distractions, mistaking activity for purpose. True strength, they believed, is the ability to remain steady even when there is nothing to do, nothing to fix, nothing to chase. Stillness becomes a test of inner stability. What you are feeling is the nervous system recalibrating. For so long it has been trained to operate in urgency, to respond to demands, to anticipate the next responsibility. When those signals disappear, it does not immediately relax. It searches for the next source of stimulation, the next reason to stay alert. This is why rest can feel uncomfortable at first. Your body is adjusting to safety after living in constant tension. There is also grief hidden inside this withdrawal. When productivity stops, you may realize how much of your identity was built around being useful, reliable, needed. Without tasks, you might wonder who you are beneath all the roles you perform. This question can feel unsettling, but it is also the doorway to a deeper kind of peace, one that does not depend on achievement. The Stoic approach is gentle but firm. Your worth is not measured by how much you produce. You are not a machine designed to operate without pause. Nature itself moves in cycles, day and night, activity and rest, growth and recovery. Trying to exist in only one phase creates imbalance. Rest is not laziness. It is part of the natural rhythm that sustains everything alive. Notice how the body begins to soften when you stop forcing it to perform. Muscles release tension they have been holding for hours. The breath deepens without effort. The mind, though still restless, slowly realizes there is no emergency. Nothing is required from you right now. Instead of fighting the discomfort, allow it to pass through you. Like any withdrawal, it peaks before it fades. The urge to check something, to do something, to fill the silence. These impulses weaken when they are not fed. Each moment of stillness teaches the nervous system that rest is safe. There is a quiet freedom in discovering that the world does not collapse when you stop pushing. Emails wait, problems pause, expectations lose their urgency. Life continues without constant supervision. This realization can feel both humbling and relieving. As the night deepens, let yourself exist without purpose for a while. No improvement plan, no hidden agenda, no need to become better before morning. Just breathing, just being. The Stoics practiced this kind of detachment to remind themselves that peace is found not in endless action, but in inner steadiness. Eventually, the mind stops searching for something to complete. The body settles into the mattress as if remembering how to be supported. The silence no longer feels empty. It feels spacious, like a room finally cleared of clutter. You are not falling apart because you stopped producing. You are returning to balance. This is the part of healing that no one talks about. The uncomfortable transition between constant motion and genuine rest. But once you move through it, a calmer state becomes available, one where your value is not tied to output and your peace does not depend on progress. Tonight, nothing needs to be accomplished. There is nothing to prove, nothing to earn, nothing to justify. Productivity can wait outside the door. Your only task now is to recover the energy that endless striving slowly drained. And in this permission to pause, sleep begins to approach not as an escape, but as a quiet restoration. A gentle reminder that you are allowed to stop, allowed to rest, allowed to exist without producing anything at all. As the need to stay productive loosens, a deeper layer of discomfort begins to surface. The uneasy feeling that comes when everything finally goes quiet. No tasks pulling at you, no noise filling the space, no distractions to keep your mind occupied. And instead of relief, there is tension, a subtle alertness, as if something might go wrong the moment you stop paying attention. This is why stillness can feel unsafe, even when nothing around you is threatening. For many people, the body learned long ago that calm moments were not truly calm. Maybe silence used to mean waiting for bad news. Maybe rest came with guilt, criticism, or the expectation that you should be doing something more useful. Over time, the nervous system began to associate stillness with vulnerability. Movement became protection. Busyness became armor. The Stoics recognized how easily the mind confuses peace with danger. They trained themselves to sit with quiet, to observe their thoughts without reacting, to remain steady even when nothing was happening. They believed that a mind unable to tolerate stillness would always be controlled by external noise. True freedom begins when silence no longer feels like a threat. When you slow down tonight, the body may resist, the heart might beat a little faster, the mind might search for something to worry about. Old memories may drift into awareness because there is finally space for them to surface. None of this means something is wrong. It means the system is adjusting to a state it has not trusted for a long time. Stillness exposes what constant activity kept hidden. Without distractions, you meet yourself directly, your fears, your regrets, your unfinished emotions. This encounter can feel intense at first, which is why many people rush back into noise. But avoidance only prolongs the discomfort. Gentle exposure is what rebuilds trust. Start by noticing the safety that already exists around you, the steadiness of the floor beneath you, the quiet rhythm of your breathing, the absence of immediate threats. The present moment is often far calmer than the mind believes. By paying attention to what is actually happening instead of what might happen, the nervous system begins to relax. The Stoics practiced returning to simple awareness as a way to ground themselves. They would focus on the sensation of breathing, the feeling of their body at rest, the reality of the moment instead of imagined dangers. This is not escape from life, it is reconnection with it. Another part of relearning stillness is understanding that nothing important will be lost if you pause. Your responsibilities will still be there tomorrow. Your progress will not disappear overnight. Rest does not erase your efforts. It restores your capacity to continue. The mind slowly realizes that quiet does not equal neglect. There is also strength in allowing thoughts to come and go without chasing them. Instead of analyzing every worry, you let it pass like a cloud moving across the sky. This practice weakens the belief that you must control everything to stay safe. You begin to trust that you can observe without reacting, feel without being overwhelmed. As minutes pass, the body starts to release tension it no longer needs. Shoulders drop. The jaw softens. The breath deepens naturally. Stillness transforms from something sharp and uncomfortable into something gentle and supportive. It becomes a place where you can finally rest instead of a space you need to escape. You are teaching your system a new lesson tonight, that quiet can hold you without harming you, that silence can restore rather than expose. That peace is not emptiness, but a foundation you can return to whenever the world becomes too loud. With each calm breath, the sense of danger fades a little more. The mind stops scanning for problems. The body sinks into the mattress as if rediscovering gravity. The night becomes a shelter instead of a void. And in this relearned stillness, sleep arrives more easily. Not because you forced it, but because the conditions for rest finally exist. The noise inside softens. The need to stay alert dissolves. What remains is a quiet stability that was always there, waiting for permission to return. Stillness is not something to fear. It is something to trust again. Tonight is not about mastering it, only about allowing it. Letting the quiet hold you, letting the silence heal you, letting the mind remember that peace was never dangerous, only unfamiliar. As stillness begins to feel less threatening and the mind stops searching for danger in quiet moments, another gentle realization starts to emerge. Much of your exhaustion does not come from what happens to you, but from how much you carry inside at once. Too many worries, too many reactions, too many emotional threads pulling in different directions. The inner world becomes crowded, noisy, overwhelming. This is where emotional minimalism begins to heal. There is a quiet relief in discovering that you do not have to process everything tonight. Not every feeling needs analysis. Not every memory requires resolution. Not every problem deserves space in your mind at the same time. Emotional minimalism is the practice of carrying only what is necessary, letting the rest outside your awareness until you have the strength to face it. The Stoics believed that peace comes from simplifying the inner life. They did not deny emotions, but they refused to let every impulse take control. They asked a simple question: is this within my control right now, or is it something I am adding to my suffering? This distinction allowed them to put down unnecessary weight without guilt. When the mind is exhausted, even small emotional loads feel heavy. A minor regret becomes a major burden. A simple uncertainty turns into endless rumination. By choosing to focus only on what truly matters in this moment, your breathing, your safety, your need for rest, you begin to clear space inside. Notice how many concerns are actually about the future or the past. They pull you away from the one place where recovery happens, which is the present. Emotional minimalism gently returns you here. It does not force optimism or suppress pain. It simply reduces the number of things competing for your attention. There is also permission in this approach. Permission to not solve every relationship tension tonight. Permission to not figure out your entire life before sleep. Permission to let unanswered questions remain unanswered until tomorrow. The mind softens when it realizes it does not have to carry everything at once. Think of it as setting down bags you have been holding for too long. You may pick them up again when you are ready, but for now, you are allowed to rest your arms. This does not mean you are avoiding responsibility. It means you are respecting your limits. The body responds quickly to this simplification. Breathing becomes easier when the chest is not tight with layered worries. Muscles loosen when the mind stops scanning through emotional memories. The nervous system begins to understand that there is nothing urgent to process right now. Another part of emotional minimalism is letting go of the need to feel everything intensely. Sometimes exhaustion comes from trying to care deeply about too many things at once. The Stoics practiced selective attention, choosing where to place their energy instead of letting it scatter. Tonight, choose calm over analysis. Choose rest over resolution. Choose presence over mental time travel. You are not becoming indifferent. You are becoming balanced. There will be time to feel fully again when your energy returns. Notice the quiet that appears when the inner clutter clears. Thoughts move slower. Emotions feel less tangled. The mind becomes a calmer place to exist. This is recovery, not through effort, but through reduction. You are allowed to keep your emotional world simple for a while. Just the basics: breathing, resting, existing without pressure. No need to carry stories, expectations, or judgments into the night. As sleep approaches, this simplicity becomes a doorway. Without the weight of layered emotions, the mind can drift naturally into rest. The body recognizes that it no longer needs to stay alert, no longer needs to prepare for imagined scenarios. Emotional minimalism is not about becoming empty. It is about becoming spacious. A quieter inner environment where healing can happen without interference. A state where peace does not have to fight for room. Tonight, let simplicity hold you. Let unnecessary thoughts fade into the background. Let your only responsibility be recovery. Nothing important will be lost by resting. What matters will still be there tomorrow, clearer and lighter. And in this gentle reduction, you rediscover something essential. You do not need to carry the entire world inside your mind to be a responsible person. Sometimes the most responsible thing you can do is put the weight down and allow yourself to heal. As the inner world becomes less crowded and emotional weight begins to settle, something almost forgotten starts to return: silence. Not the uncomfortable silence that once felt empty, but a softer kind, one that does not demand anything from you. After so much noise, so many demands, so many thoughts layered on top of each other, silence begins to feel like a quiet medicine working beneath the surface. Noise does more than fill the ears. It keeps the mind activated, constantly reacting, comparing, anticipating. Even when the noise is not physical, the inner commentary continues, replaying conversations, worrying about outcomes, analyzing every detail. Over time, this constant stimulation exhausts the nervous system. It forgets how to power down. The Stoics often withdrew from noise on purpose. They understood that clarity grows in quiet spaces, that the mind repairs itself when it is not forced to respond to endless input. Silence was not an escape for them. It was maintenance, a way to return to the steady center that gets buried under daily chaos. Tonight, as you allow quiet to surround you, the body begins to release tension, that noise kept locked in place. Without constant stimulation, the senses soften. The eyes no longer scan for information. The ears stop searching for signals. The mind, having nothing to chase, slowly settles. There is also emotional repair happening in this quiet. Words spoken during stressful moments, criticisms heard long ago, expectations repeated again and again, all of these leave traces. Silence gives those echoes space to fade. It does not erase the past, but it loosens its grip. At first, the mind may try to recreate noise by generating thoughts. This is natural. It has been trained to stay active. Instead of fighting it, let the thoughts pass without engagement. Each one that moves through without reaction makes the silence deeper, more stable. Notice how the breath becomes the loudest thing in the room, slow, steady, grounding. It reminds you that life continues even when nothing else is happening, that you are safe enough to exist without constant input. Silence also removes the pressure to perform. Without an audience, without expectations, you do not have to be strong, productive, or composed. You can simply be a human being at rest. The Stoics believed that this kind of honest solitude strengthens the soul more than any external achievement. As minutes pass, the quiet begins to feel protective rather than empty, like a soft barrier between you and everything that demanded your energy today. Inside this space, nothing is required. No responses, no decisions, no explanations. You may notice small sensations returning: the weight of the blanket, the warmth of the room, the gentle rhythm of your heartbeat. These simple experiences anchor you to the present, reminding you that recovery happens in ordinary moments, not dramatic breakthroughs. Silence repairs what noise scattered. It gathers your attention back from the past and the future. It reconnects you with the body you have been pushing too hard for too long. It allows the mind to reorganize without interference. Sleep begins to approach quietly from this place. Not forced, not chased, just arriving when the conditions are right. The absence of noise tells the nervous system that it no longer needs to stay alert, that the day is over, that it is safe to let go. You are not losing anything by sitting in silence. You are reclaiming something essential: the ability to exist without constant stimulation, without the pressure to respond, without the fear of missing something important. Let the quiet continue its work. Let it smooth the rough edges of the day. Let it hold you without asking questions. In this calm, the mind finally stops bracing itself. The body sinks deeper into rest, and you rediscover a simple truth that was always there beneath the noise. Peace does not need to be created. It only needs space to return. As silence continues to soften the sharp edges of the day, another source of exhaustion begins to reveal itself. The pressure coming not from the outside world, but from within. The constant voice that pushes, corrects, compares, and demands more even when you are already depleted. Long after external noise fades, this inner pressure keeps working, setting standards that no tired mind could ever meet. There is a particular kind of fatigue that comes from trying to satisfy expectations no one else can see. The demand to be stronger, calmer, faster, more disciplined, more composed. Even rest becomes another task to perform correctly. The Stoics understood that the harshest ruler a person faces is often their own judgment. When that ruler never allows pause, exhaustion becomes inevitable. Lowering internal demands is not giving up. It is recognizing that recovery requires kindness toward yourself, not pressure. You are not a project that needs constant improvement tonight. You are a human being whose energy has limits. When you allow those limits to exist without criticism, the body finally stops bracing for the next push. Notice how much tension comes from trying to control how you feel, demanding that sadness disappear, that worry stop immediately, that calm arrive on command. These expectations create resistance, and resistance consumes energy. When you release the demand to feel differently, emotions begin to settle on their own. The Stoics practiced acceptance not as resignation, but as relief. They believed that peace grows when you stop arguing with reality and start working with it. Tonight, reality is simple. You are tired. You need rest. Nothing else is required. There is also healing in allowing unfinished tasks to remain unfinished. The world will not collapse because something waits until morning. Perfection is not necessary for recovery. By lowering the bar for tonight, you give yourself permission to exist without performance. The body responds immediately to this permission. Muscles that were subtly contracted begin to release. The breath deepens without effort. The nervous system senses that the pressure has eased, that it no longer needs to prepare for another demand. Another quiet shift happens in the mind. Without constant self-criticism, thoughts lose their urgency. They become softer, less insistent, easier to let pass. You are no longer trying to fix yourself before sleep. You are simply allowing yourself to be as you are. This gentleness does not make you weaker. It restores the strength that constant pressure drained away. The Stoics believed that discipline includes knowing when to stop pushing. Even the strongest structures require time without strain to remain stable. As the night deepens, feel the relief of not having to meet any expectations. No standards to uphold, no image to maintain, no goals to chase. Just breathing, resting, existing without evaluation. You are allowed to lower the volume of that inner voice, allowed to stop measuring yourself for a while, allowed to release the belief that your worth depends on constant effort. In this softer state, sleep becomes less of a struggle. The mind no longer has to solve anything before drifting off. The body no longer feels like it must stay alert. Everything begins to slow naturally, guided by the simple rhythm of rest. Lowering internal demands does not erase your ambition or your values. It protects them by giving you the energy to continue tomorrow. Without recovery, even the strongest intentions fade. Tonight is not about becoming better. It is about becoming restored. Let that be enough. And as you settle deeper into the quiet, you may notice something unexpected. Peace was not something you had to earn. It was waiting beneath the pressure all along, ready to return the moment you stopped demanding more from yourself than any tired soul could carry. As the pressure of internal demands begins to loosen, another habit quietly steps forward. The urge to judge your entire worth by what you accomplished today. The mind starts tallying invisible scores, measuring effort against expectations, deciding whether you did enough to deserve rest. This silent evaluation keeps the nervous system alert, even when the body is ready to shut down. There is a deep exhaustion that comes from treating every day like a verdict. If productivity was high, you allow yourself a moment of relief. If it was low, guilt fills the space where peace could have been. Over time, this pattern trains the mind to believe that value must be earned repeatedly, never simply held. The Stoics warned against tying identity to outcomes that shift constantly. They believed that character, not output, defines a person. Effort matters, intention matters, but the final results of any day are influenced by countless factors beyond your control. Judging yourself by those results alone creates endless instability. Think of how many things today were not entirely up to you. Interruptions, delays, unexpected problems, emotional strain, physical fatigue. Yet the mind ignores these realities and focuses only on what remains undone. It speaks as if you had unlimited energy, unlimited time, unlimited control. This is not fairness. It is distortion. Your worth does not reset at midnight based on a checklist. It is not reduced by a slow day or increased by a busy one. You existed before today began, and you will still exist when it ends. The Stoics practiced separating who they were from what they produced, allowing themselves to rest without feeling like they had disappeared. Notice the relief that appears when you stop reviewing the day like a performance report. The shoulders drop slightly. The breath becomes less shallow. Without the need to justify your existence, the body begins to trust that rest is allowed. Another truth surfaces in this quiet. Exhaustion itself reduces output. When energy is depleted, the mind cannot function at its usual level. Expecting peak performance from a tired system only deepens the fatigue. Recovery is not avoidance. It is preparation for tomorrow's effort. There is also compassion in acknowledging what you did manage to carry. Even small tasks completed under heavy strain required strength. Surviving the day itself counts, even if it did not look impressive from the outside. The Stoics valued resilience as much as achievement. Let the unfinished parts of today remain unfinished. They do not define you. They are simply tasks waiting for a future moment when you have more capacity. The world is full of incomplete things that eventually find their time. As night settles in, allow your identity to detach from productivity. You are not a machine whose purpose is output. You are a living being whose energy rises and falls, whose clarity comes and goes, whose needs deserve attention. Feel how calming it is to exist without evaluation. No ranking, no comparison, no internal scoreboard. Just the steady rhythm of breathing, the quiet awareness that you are here, alive, present. Sleep approaches more gently when self-judgment fades. The mind no longer replays what should have been done differently. The body no longer feels like it must earn its recovery. Everything slows in a natural, unforced way. You are allowed to end the day without proving anything. Allowed to close your eyes without calculating your worth. Allowed to rest simply because you are tired, not because you performed well enough. In this release, something stable returns. A sense of value that does not fluctuate with daily outcomes. A quieter confidence that your existence is not conditional. Tomorrow will come with its own opportunities, its own challenges, its own energy. Tonight is only for restoration, and as you drift toward sleep, remember this gentle truth. You are not the sum of today's output. You are the one who carried the day, the one who endured it, the one who now deserves to put it down without guilt. As the urge to measure your worth by what you produced begins to fade, another pattern becomes easier to see. The constant motion that filled your days long before you noticed how tired you were. Chronic busyness does not always come from necessity. Often it becomes a habit, a way to avoid silence, uncertainty, or the discomfort of being alone with your thoughts. It keeps the mind occupied, but it slowly drains the spirit. There is a difference between meaningful activity and restless movement. Meaningful activity leaves a quiet sense of completion. Restless movement leaves you feeling scattered, as if you were busy all day but somehow went nowhere. The Stoics warned that a life filled with endless tasks can distract a person from what truly matters. Busyness becomes a form of escape disguised as responsibility. When you finally stop, the body reveals the cost. Tension you did not notice begins to surface. The mind keeps reaching for the next thing to do, like a hand searching for a railing that is no longer there. Without constant motion, you may feel exposed, uncertain about what to do with empty time. This is the withdrawal from chronic busyness. The Stoic way to detox begins with intentional slowing, not forced stillness, but a deliberate reduction of unnecessary actions. They practiced choosing fewer commitments, speaking less when words were not needed, stepping back from noise that offered no value. By removing excess, they made room for clarity. Notice how much of your busyness came from reacting rather than deciding. Messages answered immediately out of habit. Tasks accepted without pause. Obligations carried simply because they existed. Detoxing from this pattern means learning to pause before responding, allowing yourself to ask whether something truly requires your energy. Another step is reconnecting with the present moment. Chronic busyness pulls attention into the future, into what comes next, what must be done later, what has not been finished. Returning to the present interrupts this cycle. Feeling your breath, sensing the weight of your body at rest, noticing the quiet around you. These small acts retrain the mind to exist without rushing. There is also courage in doing less. The fear behind busyness is often the belief that slowing down will cause everything to fall apart. But the Stoics trusted that what is essential remains even when unnecessary motion stops. In fact, they found that fewer actions taken with clarity were more powerful than many actions taken in haste. As you release the need to stay constantly occupied, a different kind of energy begins to return. Not the frantic energy of urgency, but a steady calm that allows you to think clearly and move deliberately. The nervous system shifts from survival mode into recovery mode. You may also rediscover simple pleasures that busyness pushed aside. Quiet moments without agenda, small details you used to overlook. The feeling of time expanding instead of slipping away. These experiences restore the sense that life is not only about doing, but also about being. Tonight, there is nothing you need to chase, no schedule to maintain, no tasks waiting for completion, just space to exist without pressure. This is not laziness, it is detoxification from a pace that was never sustainable. Sleep comes more naturally when the mind is no longer sprinting. Without the anticipation of tomorrow's demands, the body relaxes into the mattress as if finally allowed to stop running. The breath slows, thoughts lose their urgency. The night becomes a place of restoration instead of preparation. You are not losing momentum by stepping back. You are recovering the clarity that constant motion blurred. Tomorrow will still be there, but you will meet it with a steadier mind and a calmer body. And in this quiet detox from busyness, you may realize something simple but powerful. Life does not require you to move at full speed to be meaningful. Sometimes the deepest healing begins the moment you stop running and allow yourself to be still. As the grip of chronic busyness loosens and the body begins to remember a slower rhythm, another pattern quietly steps into view. The pressure that intensifies right before sleep. The moment the day ends, instead of relief, a new wave of urgency appears. Thoughts about what was not done, what should have been handled better, what tomorrow will demand. Night becomes a courtroom where you put yourself on trial. This cycle keeps the mind alert when it should be powering down. Instead of drifting into rest, you replay conversations, analyze decisions, rehearse future tasks. The body is still, but the mind is sprinting. Over time, the brain learns to associate bedtime with evaluation rather than recovery, making sleep feel distant even when you are exhausted. The Stoics practiced ending the day with acceptance rather than judgment. They reflected on their actions not to punish themselves, but to understand and release. Once reflection was complete, they allowed the mind to rest, trusting that tomorrow would provide another chance to act wisely. They did not carry the entire day into the night. Breaking the cycle of self-pressure begins with recognizing that nighttime is not meant for solving problems. Cognitive energy is lower, emotional sensitivity is higher, and the brain tends to magnify worries in the dark. Decisions made in this state rarely bring clarity. Rest is the wiser choice. Another shift comes from allowing unfinished tasks to remain unfinished without attaching guilt to them. The world operates in continuous motion. Nothing is ever completely done. Expecting total closure before sleep creates an impossible standard. By lowering this expectation, the mind receives permission to stop. There is also power in establishing a gentle mental boundary. When thoughts about tomorrow arise, acknowledge them without engagement, like watching distant traffic from a window. You do not need to step into every passing concern. Observing without reacting weakens the habit of nighttime pressure. Notice how the body responds when you stop evaluating the day. The chest feels less tight. The forehead smooths. The breath deepens on its own. These physical changes signal to the nervous system that it is safe to enter rest mode. The Stoics emphasize the importance of separating what is within your control from what is not. At this hour, almost nothing can be changed. The day is finished. Tomorrow has not arrived. The only action available is to care for your state of mind. This clarity dissolves unnecessary tension. You are allowed to end the day imperfectly, allowed to sleep without resolving every uncertainty, allowed to exist without final answers. Rest is not a reward for flawless performance. It is a requirement for continued strength. As the night deepens, imagine the day gently closing like a book whose pages no longer need to be reread. The story will still be there tomorrow, but for now it can remain on the shelf. Your mind does not have to stay inside it. Sleep approaches more easily when the internal pressure subsides. Without the need to fix or judge, thoughts slow to a quiet murmur. The body sinks deeper into stillness, no longer bracing for mental demands. Breaking this cycle may feel unfamiliar at first, because you are used to ending the day with intensity. But with each night, you choose gentleness over pressure. The brain learns a new association. Bedtime as restoration rather than reckoning. Tonight, there is nothing left to prove. No final performance, no last chance to earn peace. Just the simple act of letting the day end. And as you allow that ending without resistance, you may feel a quiet shift inside. A sense that rest is not something you must fight for, but something that arrives naturally when you stop pushing against yourself in the dark. As the pressure to solve everything before sleep begins to fade, another hidden weight becomes easier to notice. The strain of trying to hold too many possible tomorrows in your mind at the same time. Different outcomes, different fears, different plans, all competing for attention. The mind jumps from one scenario to another, preparing for situations that may never happen, exhausting itself long before any real challenge arrives. There is a particular kind of fatigue that comes from living in imagined futures instead of the present moment. Each possibility demands emotional energy. One future brings worry, another brings pressure, another brings hope mixed with fear. Holding them all at once is like carrying several heavy bags when you only need one. Eventually, the arms begin to shake. The Stoics warned against this habit of mental time travel. They believed that peace comes from meeting life one moment at a time, not from rehearsing endless outcomes. Most of what the mind predicts never unfolds as expected, yet the body still absorbs the stress as if it were real. This is how anticipation becomes exhaustion. Notice how the nervous system reacts when you think about tomorrow's uncertainties. The breath becomes shallow, the chest tightens, muscles subtly prepare for action. The body cannot distinguish between a real threat and a vividly imagined one. By entertaining multiple futures, you activate the same stress response repeatedly without any resolution. There is also a quiet fear beneath this pattern. The belief that if you stop anticipating every possibility, you will be unprepared. But preparation does not require constant worry. True readiness comes from a clear mind and a rested body, not from endless rehearsal. The Stoics trusted that when the moment arrived, they would respond with the wisdom they had cultivated, not with the anxiety they had accumulated. Tonight, there is no need to solve tomorrow in advance. Tomorrow has not taken shape yet. It will reveal itself in its own time, with details you cannot foresee from this bed. Carrying every possible version of it only steals the energy you need to face the one that actually comes. Let the imagined futures drift away like distant lights fading into the horizon. You do not need to track them, analyze them, or control them. Your only responsibility right now is to rest in the present moment, where nothing is required except breathing. Feel how much lighter the mind becomes when it focuses on what is real. The quiet room, the steady rhythm of your body, the simple fact that you are here and safe. Without the burden of anticipation, the nervous system begins to settle. Sleep moves closer from this place of simplicity. Without rehearsing tomorrow's problems, the brain can finally power down. The body sinks deeper into the mattress, no longer bracing for events that have not happened. You are not neglecting the future by resting. You are preparing for it in the most effective way possible. Clarity grows from calm, not from chaos. Strength returns through recovery, not through constant tension. The Stoics believed that life unfolds according to forces beyond complete control. By accepting this, they freed themselves from the impossible task of managing every outcome. They met the future with presence instead of fear. Tonight, you are allowed to carry only this moment. No backup plans, no alternative timelines, no mental simulations. Just the quiet awareness of breathing in and out, of existing without urgency. And as the mind releases its grip on what has not yet arrived, a deeper calm settles in. The relief of realizing that you do not have to live multiple lives at once. One moment is enough. One breath is enough. One peaceful night is enough to begin restoring everything that constant anticipation slowly drained. As the mind releases its grip on imagined futures and returns to the present, another quiet truth begins to surface. The deep fatigue that comes from always holding yourself together. From being the one who copes, the one who carries, the one who stays steady even when everything inside feels heavy. Strength, when it becomes constant, stops feeling like power and starts feeling like weight. There is a kind of exhaustion that sleep alone cannot fix. It comes from never allowing yourself to soften, never admitting that something hurts, never putting the armor down even for a moment. Over time, the effort required to maintain that image drains more energy than the problems you were trying to survive in the first place. The Stoics did not define strength as emotional suppression. They understood that true resilience includes knowing when to rest, when to step back, when to accept that even the strongest person has limits. Strength without recovery becomes strain. Composure without release becomes pressure. You may have learned early that vulnerability was unsafe, that showing weakness invited judgment or disappointment. So you adapted. You became reliable, composed, self-controlled. You learned to carry pain quietly so others would not worry, to solve problems without asking for help, to keep moving no matter how tired you felt. These habits helped you survive, but they also created a silent burden. Tonight, the body no longer wants to perform. It wants relief from the role it has been playing all day, all year, perhaps for many years. Muscles that stayed tense out of habit are asking to relax. The mind that stayed alert out of responsibility is asking to power down. There is permission in recognizing that you do not have to be strong in this moment. Nothing is collapsing because you allowed yourself to feel tired. Nothing essential is lost because you stopped holding everything together for a few hours. In fact, this pause is what makes future strength possible. The Stoics practiced voluntary simplicity and solitude to reconnect with their humanity beneath their roles. They stepped away from expectations to remember that they were not defined by what they carried, but by how they chose to live. In quiet moments, they allowed themselves to be just a person, not a symbol of endurance. Notice how much lighter the body feels when you stop bracing. The jaw unclenches, the shoulders drop, the breath deepens. Without the need to maintain composure, energy begins to return in small, steady waves. Another truth becomes clear. Strength is not constant force. It is adaptability, the ability to be firm when needed and soft when possible. Like a tree that survives storms, not by being rigid, but by bending with the wind. You are allowed to bend tonight. There is also healing in acknowledging what you have already endured. You made it through moments that once felt impossible. You carried responsibilities that stretched your limits. You protected others even when you were struggling yourself. This quiet recognition replaces pressure with compassion. Sleep approaches more gently when the need to be strong dissolves. Without the internal command to stay alert, the nervous system shifts into recovery. The body feels supported instead of burdened. The mind feels held instead of tasked. You are not failing by resting. You are honoring the reality that strength requires renewal. Even warriors set down their armor when the battle ends. Even leaders step away from the front lines to recover. Tonight, there is no audience to impress, no role to fulfill, no expectation to meet, just the quiet permission to exist without pressure. And as you settle deeper into that permission, you may feel something unexpected, a softer, more sustainable kind of strength returning. One that does not come from forcing yourself forward, but from allowing yourself to be human for a while. Tonight was never about forcing sleep. It was about putting the weight down, the weight of control, of urgency, of expectations, of unfinished stories, of imagined futures, of silent pressure to keep going even when your mind was begging for stillness. Piece by piece, you stepped out of the battlefield you didn't realize you were living in. You loosened the grip on what was never yours to carry. You stopped solving, stopped rehearsing, stopped measuring, stopped bracing. And in that quiet surrender, something stronger than effort began to work. Restoration. The Stoics understood that exhaustion is not only physical, it is the result of resisting reality, carrying too many timelines, demanding perfection from a tired mind, and confusing constant motion with meaning. Healing begins the moment you stop fighting what is and return to what is here. A single night of true mental stillness can reset the direction of many days to come. Not because problems disappear, but because you meet them from a place that is no longer depleted. If something in this quiet journey reached you, leave a comment with the word reset. Not for me, but as a small signal to yourself that tonight you chose recovery over pressure, presence over panic, rest over resistance. And if you want more spaces like this, where strength is quiet, clarity is steady, and peace is practiced, subscribe to the channel and join this path of rebuilding the mind from the inside out. Now, let the rest of the night carry you the rest of the way. Nothing else is required.